The Servant with One Talent. 5 Success Principles from the Greatest Parable Ever Told. Written by Michael V. Ivanov. Narrated by Ross Pipkin. This book is dedicated to my readers. If it wasn't for your overwhelming support and encouragement, I might never have written this book. You inspire me to keep growing and to keep writing. Your words humble me. Your testimonies remind me to keep doing what I do. If not for you, perhaps I would have quit somewhere along the way. Instead, here I am, working on something special just for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I hope you enjoy this one too, dear friends. Michael. Chapter 1. 1 Talent of Gold. Rimson yanked the rope, once again urging the stubborn camel to match his pace as he trekked across the scorching desert. Beads of sweat dripped from his curly black hair, stinging his eyes and soaking his beard. Before him lay a wasteland of cracked dirt that seemed to melt into the horizon. To the east and west, mounds of sand rolled, perhaps to the ends of the earth. Somewhere behind him, if he cared to look, Babylon bustled. In the lively city, columns of water-bearing slaves paraded through the streets like ants towards the famous hanging gardens. To and from the palace they went with their vessels. In the markets, peasants peddled their produce, and traders made deals. The sounds of chariot wheels crushing pebbles in the streets, and drivers shouting for pedestrians to make way, never ended. The old lyre player at the Ishtar Gate, the Tower of Babel reaching up into the blue sky, the pools, the greenery, and the massive walls around the city. All of this was behind him now. Though he was already far away, the sounds and images would not leave his mind. After all, it was the greatest city on earth, nestled in the valley between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. It was the city foreign kings envied and citizens boasted of. But he did not look back, because he could never go back. He heard his master's words again and shook his head, reliving the humiliation afresh. As for this lazy and unprofitable servant, take his talent, give it to Doozy, who has gained 10, and throw this one out into the outer darkness, where there is weeping and gnashing of teeth. The outer darkness. That's what they called the desert canyons behind the east wall of Babylon. The place even the poorest citizens of Babylon would not venture, an area inhabited by lepers who moaned and madmen who howled at the moon. He kicked at the dust with his sandal and tugged the rope once more. Then he felt guilty for taking his frustration out on the camel. The sun had already set by the time Rimson discovered a traveling caravan sheltered in an oasis of date palms and poplar trees. After seeing nothing for many hours but dried roots, scorpions, and camel spiders, he was thankful for the plant life. He would never take it for granted again. The lush vegetation was so heartening to see. He dropped onto his belly and dunked his face into the stream until his head was fully submerged and the water cooled his ears and shoulders. The camel, too, had stuck her head in the water next to him. Together they drank, and then he refilled his flask, which had been long empty. Finding a shaded area, he lay in the grass and rested his head on a fallen tree. The camel settled down next to him. Loyal as a dog, but much more stubborn, he thought. That is how the clumsy creature earned her name, Stubborn. Rimson was grateful for her companionship. Once he had nearly stepped on a snake, and she stomped it to death. stupid animal, but now and then wise. He wondered if the camel often tested his patience just for her entertainment. At times she would fight against her rope, and Rimson was sure the animal smiled when he cursed her, which angered him more. He watched the camel boys of the caravan tend to their animals a short distance away, readying them for the next day's journey. He had been a traveling camel boy himself when he was young. In this desert, it was an excellent way to earn money and explore new cities. As he gazed at them, he envied their simplicity of life. As long as they completed their tasks, they were fed and given comfortable bedding, and they could sit around fires and listen to stories. The pay wasn't much, but what they lacked in gold, they made up for in tales of adventures and the gossip of the merchants. That's how he'd heard about Babylon, and that's what made him determined to go there before he ever laid eyes on it. Rumors had it that in Babylon, anybody could become wealthy. Any man could rise from obscurity to prominence. And when it came to the gold exchanging hands on any given day, legend had it that its weight could not be counted. Abundant gold, opportunity, prominence, purpose. A man could make something of himself in a place like that. Where he was born, a little village in the forgotten deserts of Libya, there was nothing but sheep and sheep herders. It was the only way to earn money, so the men counted their sheep and treasured their wool. They loved their wives and children, but they cherished their sheep. Just sheep, sheep herders, and sand. Tons of sand. And if one were to raise the subject of purpose, he would be met with a dumb stare. If one were restless, he would be told to find a wife. If one were to dream, he would be dismissed as being ungrateful. But in Babylon, the traders promised that a man's only limit was his mind. Why would a man put a limit on himself in a place that had no limits? Rimson was sure he could become a wealthy man in a place like that. There weren't many limits to his dreams. In those days, he was ready for all the world had to offer. He wanted to be a man who could purchase a robe and not bother to know its price, or a man who could send a caravan for his family and friends and bring them from a far country and never count the cost of the camels and chariots. Then he would feed them until they could eat no more, pour the wine until they were drunk, and send them home with enough stock for their journey. When he arrived, he was ready. Gold would soon fill his purse. People would know about him, even talk about him. Perhaps gossip would spread to his village in Libya that the man who once left them all behind had gone and made something of himself, and they would be filled with regret. But he would forgive them and their small thinking. He wanted that. Still, but now he was further from his plans than when he had first arrived in the city of riches. No, he could never return. 1 talent. Belshazzar had entrusted him with 1 talent. His old employer was abrupt, insulting, but wealthy. What Rimson could see of him, he feared. He felt out of place among the other servants, and was sure the master would soon discover just how little his newest servant knew about money-keeping. He'd seen the old man turn red with rage on many occasions. He'd seen him turn over a table of food when a slave did not move the patio tent in time to cover him with shade from the sun. An irritable man, but a wealthy one. When his old friend Gibble had announced the opportunity a few years earlier, Rimson was hesitant. He was working in a stable and had been seeking employment with a higher wage. But he was no money keeper. He was not afraid of hard work. Up before the sun hit the top of the palm trees near the temple of Marduk, and often crawled into bed long after the stars lit up the sky. but the idea of money-keeping frightened him. He remembered the conversation clearly. Money-keeping is how we of meager means can earn gold without risking our own savings. It would be an improvement from keeping livestock for the master you are now indebted to, is it not? Gibble had explained. My old friend, Gibble continued, you have worked for Ishum 10 long years now, and you have no profits. You have only increased your debt to him. You protested about it yourself recently, did you not? What have you to show for all those years of labor? Not much at all, and I certainly have no savings to risk, even if I wanted to, Rimson responded, pondering his friend's latest scheme. Gibble had been his first and only friend when he first arrived in the grand, yet overwhelming city. They were both hired by Ishum, and remained enthusiastic and hopeful, and swore to stick together in the beginning. But over the years, their dreams of riches remained only a dream, and Gibble became desperate. He quit working for one master after another, until he was introduced to Belshazzar. Not much at all, Gibble agreed. It is only here in Babylon that one can be so fortunate as to use the gold of his master, invest it in the markets and trade, earn money for his master, and then fatten his own purse with the return on the investments. It is unheard of anywhere else. The two had rested in the shade of a stable on a pile of hay, watching the busyness of the streets around them. I know nothing of money-keeping, Gibble. I cannot keep my own earnings long enough for the coins to gather and jingle in my purse. It empties just as quickly as it is refilled. It would be a miracle for there to be a notable weight to it for even a day. Who is this man that would entrust men like us to keep his gold? Ah, he remembered his friend exclaim. This man is a bit of good luck sent from God himself for 2 hard-working chaps. He was once a great salesman and understood the language of gold and how to coax it into his purse. He gathers where he did not scatter, and reaps where he has not sown. Yet his wealth increases. From a man like that, you and I can learn much, my hopeless friend. I'm not interested in gold I do not earn fairly, Gibble. I work hard for every shekel I take home. Rimson contested. I would much prefer to be a poor and decent man than a wealthy and deceitful one. And a poor man you are, his friend nearly shouted. And do you sleep better at night because of it? No. We came to Babylon with a dream, and here we are living a nightmare. I am sorry, my friend, but the old saying about a rich man having no peace is only a partial truth. How much more peace does a poor man have? None. Is it not better to lose sleep trying to manage many responsibilities than to lose sleep agonizing about how to rid oneself of poverty and debt? Rimson had remained silent, scratching his beard and listening to his friend. Just this morning I turned away a little girl when she came to beg for a shekel. I don't remember ever being more humiliated. A strong and able man turning away a hungry child. Gibble's voice shook with frustration. The man's name is Belshazzar. Mention his name anywhere outside of Babylon, and you are sure to hear of his wealth. It testifies to his ability to attract gold. He is willing to bring in more money keepers because many of those who have served him have moved on to begin their own enterprises. He has made many men wealthy, and it does not bother him. Why should it? His legend only grows, and his purse fattens, no matter how many men become rich using his money to trade. Gibble pointed at two well-clothed men arguing in the street near a market. A slave stood by holding the reins of the horse-drawn chariot, patiently waiting for whatever deal was being made to be made. "Soon you and I will be like those men there. Camel boys or blacksmiths do not dress like that. And that chariot, I'm willing to wager they are money keepers and have done nothing extraordinary on their own, besides seeing to it that their rich masters got richer while fattening their own purses. It is time, my friend, that we reach into the bag and grab our share." Then, a few weeks later, there he was, staring at the gold. Each neatly molded ingot had its weight carefully carved into the dazzling polished metal. He had loosened the tightly knotted string around the heavy leather satchel and carefully emptied it, stacking the precious metal into a pyramid chin high on the marble table. He was alone in the courtyard, just inside Belshazzar's palace walls. The unusually heavy ingots clanged on the marble table, no matter how carefully he laid them. It was 1 talent of gold, a foreign thing to him, and a foreign thing to most men in the world. According to the contract he'd signed, its weight was worth 15 years' wages, and now he was responsible for every mina of it. He'd signed his life away to Belshazzar for this opportunity. He had thought about gold all his life, and here he was, entrusted with more than he'd ever seen. Suddenly, fear took over him. What if he lost it? What if he was robbed? What if he made bad trades? What if the king's bankers seized it from him? He had no idea what to do with it, and knew he would never be able to repay the master. He'd be a slave to him for the rest of his life. Why would Belshazzar entrust him with this much gold? What had his old friend Gibble gotten him into? He was in over his head. Later that very same day, the day on which Rimson had become one of Belshazzar's official money keepers and had been entrusted with the talent, he agonizingly waited until darkness came. He hoisted a large sack onto his back and crept from his room through the estate to the stable. He borrowed an old camel from his new master, heaved the large bag onto her back, and tied it. In it he placed a shovel, a loaf of bread, a water flask, and the 1 talent of gold. The poor animal steadied herself under the weight. Her days of packing loads were long behind her. They slipped unseen through the back gates of the estate and walked for hours far into the black desert until he could no longer see the torches on the city walls. There, beneath the light of the moon and the stars, he started digging. He buried the gold in the hard dirt near a cave. A mixture of relief and shame swept over him as he marked the cave with a rock and headed home. Chapter 2. The Man Who Lost It All. 3 years had passed since Belshazzar left on his journey and entrusted his estate to his servants. The same day Rimson received his talent, Doozy, an experienced money keeper and a servant of Belshazzar's for many years, had received 5 talents of gold from the master. He immediately went out and hired a caravan of carts, camels, mules, and servants, and he set out on his journey. After being away for 2 years, Doozy brought back fox furs from the north, purchased from barbarians. He brought back diamonds and rubies from deep in Egypt and the African deserts. He brought back fashionable robes and dresses from the Akkadians, desired by all the wealthy wives of Babylon. All of these things he'd acquired in bulk to trade for profits. Rimson's faithful friend, Gibble, had received 2 talents from the master, and all but disappeared. Rimson only saw his friend on a few occasions in those 3 years. He spoke with him enough to learn that he had lost some of the gold to unfavorable trades, had been robbed more than once, and had been forced to pay unjust taxes by a dishonest tax collector of the king. Poor Gibble experienced all those things which Rimson feared would happen to his gold if he'd gone out and pursued the trading business. But despite these losses, his friend only became more determined. Within a year's time, he had not only gained back everything he lost, but he'd also made a profit. He proudly confessed to Rimson that he had gained a knack for trading in the markets, though he was not as successful as Doozy. The other servants were out testing their limits all this time. Rimson remained at Belshazzar's home. For his supervision of the estate and the business affairs of the master, he was paid a fair wage. With the steward's permission, he became responsible for these things to keep busy and justify his wages and living arrangements at the estate, and was satisfied with his effort. He concluded that he was a valuable member of the master's household, despite not investing the gold. But never once did Rimson visit the place in the desert where he hid the talent of gold. He did not speak of it even to his friend, who, on the rare occasions, asked about his undertakings. Any time he remembered the gold buried in the ground, he put it out of his mind. The thing he'd once dreamed of having was now a burden, a tremendous source of worry, but at least it was safely kept, away from the possibility of loss, or deterioration, or debt. Eventually, Belshazzar would return from his journey, and Rimson would give back what he had received, and the worry would surely vanish. He envied Gibble, and at times regretted not attempting to put the gold to work for him, but the risk was too high. He wanted to guarantee the safekeeping of the gold. He would leave it buried and await his master's return. On the morning Rimson heard that Belshazzar's procession was nearing Babylon, he sent messengers to summon Doozy and Gibble at once. The master was returning, and it was time to settle all accounts. The head chef roasted a giant pig, and the servant girls transformed the courtyard in the rear of Belshazzar's home into a feast fit for kings. They spread rugs on the tile and grass, and arranged cushions for the diners to lean on. The entire household had diligently prepared for the celebration, and dressed the stone wall encircling the courtyard with silk and freshly picked roses. When everyone settled in, they passed bread and filled cups with wine. A large fire burned in the pit, and the old master nestled next to it with the help of a few servants who covered his legs with fur and refilled his cup with aged wine. Rimson had lost count of how many times they had did this throughout the evening. The old man certainly enjoyed the spoils of all he possessed. The master had invited servants and slaves, friends and neighbors, and told story after story of his adventures. He recalled all the friends in faraway kingdoms he had visited on his journey. "No more long trips. This body will quit on me if I do," he groaned, drawing laughter from the guests. After a time, Belshazzar summoned his money keepers. Rimson learned from the house steward that it was customary during his feasts for the man to ask those indebted to him and all those who worked for him to assess the profits made in his absence. The old man seemed to come alive and sat up in his cushion when the money keepers arrived. He wanted to know what had been accomplished with his investments, what had come of the gold he had entrusted to each of them. "Doozy, my faithful servant!" The old man lifted his cup and smiled as the first money-keeper approached him. He adjusted his turban. Its blue silk shined in the firelight, and the gold string sewn around it sparkled. He nodded for Doozy to speak. The courtyard grew silent. The fire cracked, its embers floating high towards the stars. Followed by 2 slaves carrying leather sacks in each hand, Doozy knelt before the master and set his bags onto the tile at Belshazzar's feet. The 2 slaves did the same with theirs and stepped back. One of the leather sacks had opened, and the exposed gold glimmered as it clanged against the tile. The guests gasped, and Belshazzar smiled. The wrinkles on his Arab face appeared deeper in the firelight. "Master, you entrusted your servant with 5 talents. See, I have made 5 more talents," Doozy said as he bowed his head. Belshazzar lifted his chin proudly and looked over the crowd before he turned back to Doozy. "Well done, good and trustworthy servant. You have doubled what I have given you. Enter into the joy of your master." He lifted his cup, the tassels of his sleeve bouncing with the movement of his hand. All the guests raised their cups and drank. They readily enjoyed this theatrical display of the man's riches. In the same way, Gibble came forward, though he walked alone. Holding a sack in each hand, he knelt just as Doozy had done. "Master, though I have served you for only a short time, and you could not have possibly known my abilities, you still entrusted me with 2 talents. Your servant Gibble is eternally grateful. See, I have made 2 more talents with what you have bestowed upon me." He bowed his head. "Well done, good and trustworthy servant. You have doubled what I have given you. Enter into the joy of your master." Again, Belshazzar smiled a victorious smile and lifted his cup. The guests drank. Rimson's heart raced. He cleared his throat and approached the master, quickly dropping to his knees. When he untied the extra cloth bound around the leather sack to preserve it better, sand sprinkled onto the tile. "Master, I heard that you were a harsh man, a man of high expectations, reaping where you did not sow, and gathering where you did not scatter seed. I was afraid, and I hid your talent in the ground. I am a man of humble upbringing, and I lacked the wisdom and skill to invest what you have given me. Here is what is yours. See that not a mina is missing." He bowed his head, and his shaky hands slid the sack closer to the master's feet. With an ear-shattering clank, the man's cup skidded across the tile, spilling wine in all directions. It startled Rimson and all the guests. "Fool!" Belshazzar roared and leaned forward in his cushion, attempting to stand. "You wicked and unprofitable slave! You believed, did you, that I am a man who reaps where I did not sow, and gather where I did not scatter? If this is true, then you ought to have invested my money with the bankers, and upon my return I would have at least received what was my own with interest." He shouted for the house steward, and the man approached quickly. Belshazzar pointed at Rimson. "Take his talent and give it to Doozy, who has gained 10, and throw this one out into the outer darkness, where there is weeping and gnashing of teeth." Rimson lifted himself from the tile, terrified and humiliated. The old man pointed his finger directly at Rimson's face and shook it as he spoke. "Hear me now, and may this be your example. All of my servants, who already have much, will be entrusted with more. They will have abundance, and they will never thirst, or hunger, or want. But from those who have nothing, even what they have shall be taken away," he snarled. Rimson's knees shook as he stood before the stunned crowd in the courtyard. He glanced towards Gibble, but his friend stared at the ground and did not look up. Chapter 3. Belshazzar's Messenger. The sky had just begun to brighten when Rimson woke, shivering and wet from dew. He was curled next to Stubborn and felt her warmth on his back, but it was time to rise. He slapped her hind quarters to wake her and pulled himself up from the ground, folding his arms and squeezing himself tightly to retain his body heat. His worn robe was damp. He shivered and wished to preserve some of the cold for later on when the day would indeed become unbearably hot. He stretched, refilled his flask, and began walking, leaving the oasis behind, the camel at his side. The more distance he could cover in the cool of the morning, the less he would suffer later in the day. He would not go west. That was the place he'd left as a boy, with the sheep and sheep herders and endless sand. They would accept him gladly now that he was again one of them, a common man. "It is for the best," they would say. "Now you can settle down. Perhaps find yourself a wife." No, he would not return. Instead, he followed the desert road north. Perhaps he'd go to Damascus and find work with a swordsmith. They were industrious people, he'd heard. Or Nineveh, he could go there. They had many earthquakes, and he could find work rebuilding the temples and palaces, a continuous affair in the city. Perhaps he'd let his four-legged friend choose the destination when it was time. Rimson tore a strip of cloth from a sack on the camel's back and wrapped it around his head. The sun burned, and he attempted to shield his face. Several times he'd stopped and looked behind him. Did he have time to make it across the desert and reach the next village or city before nightfall? Roads led in all directions, disappearing into the dunes. He could follow the one more often used by caravans as it carved its way around the dunes, but it would take him on a longer route. Or perhaps he could head back to the oasis and tag along with the next caravan leaving Babylon. To get his bearings, he chose a road up to the ridge of a large dune that led directly north and began to climb. At the top, all he could see were endless dunes and blowing sand. Then he noticed a small cloud of dust from the road he'd just traveled. He stared until it came close enough to recognize a chariot pulled by several horses moving at an incredible speed. He leaned back on the camel and watched as the chariot approached, shaking his head. "That fool will wear out his horses before he makes it halfway across the desert," Rimson said aloud. As a camel boy, he'd learned how to make a trip through the desert one careful step at a time, paced and consistent. If the animals were pushed hard, they would eventually collapse, which could be disastrous for a caravan. The ancient desert was unforgiving to anyone caught without shelter or transportation. But as the chariot approached, it did not follow the curve of the road. Rimson heard the driver's whistle and watched as he pulled the horses to a stop at the place where he'd begun the climb up the dune. The driver dismounted, and Rimson could see him waving in his direction from the settling dust. Curious, he descended towards the road. "Perhaps he's lost and needs direction. As if I could help," he muttered. "Rimson," The driver covered his eyes from the sun to get a better look at the man walking towards him. "Yes, it is I," Rimson responded in surprise. "Who are you?" The young driver was bare-chested. He wore a scarf tied around his forehead, a skirt that reached his lower thighs, and sandals. Rimson could tell by the necklace with the signet of his master's household that he was a slave, but could not see the particular markings. "Very well. I am pleased I found you," the young man exclaimed, and smiled. He walked back to his chariot, reached into a pouch hanging from the side of it, and returned. Unrolling a cut of leather, he handed it to Rimson. Rimson took it with both hands and read. "For the unprofitable servant. Early this day my servant Gibble requested to speak with me, and against my better judgment I heard him. Though I despise a man who finds other things to blame for his failures, I considered my servant's appeal, and concluded that you are not lazy and foolish, only foolish. It is evident. You received 1 talent, while the others received 2 and 5, so you should have worked harder. Instead, you did nothing. By doing this, you justified my decision to entrust you with only 1. The slander of fools will not diminish my good name. You said that I am a man who reaps where he does not sow and gathers where he does not scatter. But this day I will display to you my fairness, so that you may not, in good consciousness, enter the gates of another city and repeat these words about me. I am giving you the talent you so immensely dishonored with your lack of stewardship and wisdom. Take it for yourself, and after you have indeed spent it, living above your means, investing not a mina of it, which I speculate will be done, see to it that your sandals never touch the streets of Babylon again." Rimson looked up at the slave and stole a glance at the chariot behind him. He hadn't noticed the large sack in the chariot until now. His hands trembled as he continued to read. "However, if you are a portion of the man my servant Gibble insists you are, you will bring my talent back, and not expend a mina of it. You will live at my estate and serve me. For 2 years' time, you will do this with no pay, and in this time I will teach you to make something of yourself. It appears the most valuable principles which I have held dear all my life are principles you have blinded yourself to. You have much to learn, but not much time to apply all you have learned. The sand falls in the hourglass while the fool is wasting away. If you choose the path of wisdom and return my talent to me, first take the time to thank Gibble for the grace bestowed upon you. Belshazzar." Rimson stared at the dark ink of his old master's signature scratched onto the leather. He was interrupted by the young slave, who dropped the satchel at his feet. He heard the metallic jangle of the gold ingots. How could the old man have possibly changed his mind after all he said that evening? Is this a trick? He wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked north towards the barren sea of dunes, and then turned to the south to look at the road past the oasis, back to Babylon. If he returned, he would suffer a great deal of humiliation, but he could earn back the respect of Gibble, who had appealed to the master on his behalf. He could prove he was no fool. If he did not return, he would be a servant forever. He would always be working on fattening the purse of another, while his own emptied as soon as he received his weekly wages. If he kept the talent and went to Nineveh, he would have gold for a time, but he would remain a common man. No one would ever remember his name. People would always dismiss him. He could do no great thing with his life. That is how the commoner lived, nameless and forgotten. Rimson hated the common man, because all his life he had been one. The old master knew the talent of gold would challenge Rimson. He felt rotten holding it in his hand, the bribe, the unearned gold. Many would gladly accept it as payment in exchange for forfeiting their time and dreams. And this is what Belshazzar was wagering he would do. He was provoking Rimson to sell his dream for a portion of gold. The master wanted to justify his anger against the lazy and unprofitable servant. He thought he could prove Rimson was just one of many men across the world who sold their time and their dreams into slavery for a little bit of gold, which they called weekly wages. He lugged the satchel of gold into the chariot and climbed on, watching Stubborn standing alone in the desert as they rode away. The poor beast would find a new master. She would probably even find her way back to Babylon. A wave of guilt swept over Rimson, and he tried to convince himself his loyal companion would survive. He had one chance to redeem himself, and he would take it, even if it required swallowing every bit of pride he had left to face the man who thought so little of him. They rode all day and long into the night, stopping only for a short while to rest and feed the 2 horses at the oasis. Rimson's legs were tired from all the hours standing in the chariot, but it was better than walking as he had been. By the time they arrived at Belshazzar's estate, it was late. He helped the young slave care for the horses, and then made his way to his old room. He fell asleep with one arm clutching the talent of gold at the side of his bed. In the morning, he would meet the master and return it to him. There was a knock on the door, and Rimson jumped to his feet. The sun had just begun to warm the great valley along the Euphrates River. A new day had begun in Babylon, and for Rimson, it was already an anxious one.
"The master has learned of your return, and is expecting you in the garden,"
the servant girl said as he poked his head out from behind the drapes that covered his door. Crested larks chirped all around the estate, busily dragging palm leaves and grass to strengthen their nests, or dropping nuts from the roof of the palace and then picking the meat from the cracked shells. He laced his sandals and splashed water on his face from a clay tub in the open balcony. He trotted down the steps and headed across the courtyard towards the garden entrance, carrying the satchel of gold. The garden's stone pathways wove through acres of grapevines, date palms, and pear trees. Some circled the garden's perimeter, separating it from the chest-high brick wall. Others formed a maze through the hallways of trees. The garden provided everyone who entered it a peaceful walk, taking them through thousands of flowers, plants, and fruit trees, eventually leading them into the center courtyard. It was a jungle, assembled in no particular order or sequence, watered by the stream diverted from Babylon's irrigation canals. The cries of wandering peacocks, combined with bugs' drone and crawling lizards, made the garden come alive. Rimson had found much peace here when he worked with the house steward. He found the old man in the center courtyard. Belshazzar was sitting on a bench under the shade of a few date palms. He had taken his sandals off and was resting his bare feet on the grass. He'd laid his head on his arms, resting on a cane as if he was in prayer or asleep. Without his fancy robe, gold rings, and bracelets, the master resembled a typical old man, nowhere as intimidating as he had been a few nights ago at the feast. Rimson nervously approached and cleared his throat, hoping to catch the old man's attention without startling him. He could feel his heart beating in his throat. "Sit down," the man said, as he patted the cushion on the bench next to him. As Rimson walked in front of him, he could feel the man's black eyes following him. He sat as close to the edge of the bench as he could, and then carefully placed the talent of gold in between the two of them. "I had hoped you would keep it, and not return to the city," he said, not looking directly at Rimson. Rimson stared at the ground. "It is difficult for me to watch a capable, healthy man squander life's most precious gift, the gift of time." Rimson could feel his ears burn, and was thankful the two were mostly alone. Servant girls were picking pears off the ground and filling their baskets on the other side of the garden courtyard, but they weren't close enough to hear the unpleasant words. Belshazzar gazed into the garden, perhaps mulling over his disappointment. Rimson looked down at his fingers. They were discolored because he was squeezing the blood from them, nervously pressing them together. He let his palms drop to his bare knees and silently let out the breath he'd been holding. "I could never take the gold, master." His voice broke, and he quickly cleared it again. "I wouldn't take what I have not earned." From the corner of his eye, he thought he saw the man's head nod slightly. "There is something to be said for the fact that you did not misuse the talent, nor spend it while I was away. On occasion, I have had men thrown into prison because they squandered my investments and refused to work off their debts. And still, it is hard for me to fathom how a man could receive such an opportunity and not try to make something of it." Belshazzar turned his head to look at Rimson. His eyes were dark as charcoal. There was no way of telling where his irises ended and his pupils began, as if they had fused. It was the first time Rimson had looked into them. "It's no wonder this man always has his way. Who could try to deceive those eyes?" They were eyes like a fortune-teller, which could read a soul and miss nothing. Rimson was first to break the stare and look down at his feet. "Gold, money, is a tangible representation of worth or value. It is certainly not the most important, but it is the simplest way to measure the value a man brings and how successful he is at his work." Belshazzar raised his finger. "He may be a valuable servant, yes. He may be a valuable member of his family and company of friends. He may be a valuable member of society, even valuable in the eyes of his God. Still, if he is poor, that tells you his value to the markets of the world. And in the world of mortals, it is difficult for a man to raise himself from obscurity if he offers little value. A camel boy can be replaced in a moment. A good landlord, musician, or orator cannot." He took a long sip from a cup that sat in front of him on a platter and continued to look at Rimson. "Would you say a camel boy can learn the skills of trading, or settle the land to rent to another, or develop the ability to enrich the life of another?" Rimson nodded, unsure of whether the old man was using him as an example or simply using a common occupation to articulate his point. "So, is the camel boy a less worthy human? No! But if he remains a camel boy and eventually becomes a camel man, he has revealed to the world he is a man who has no desire to advance in life." Rimson repeated the words in his head. A camel man. He would have laughed at the expression had it been said under other circumstances, but now it gave him pause. Before he came to serve Belshazzar, he had been a stableman for his previous master. Being the oldest among his peers, doing the same work and getting paid the same wages as servants half his age, made for a humbling few years. Everybody wants gold. Everybody needs it. But the common man is passive. He neglects to grow and progress, and soon he has no courage to take on new opportunities that come along the way. Everything has become too accessible here in Babylon. And because of it, the common man does just enough to feed himself and his family, and then retreats to the safety of his cushion at home and finds simple entertainment. He would rather abandon his ambitions than find a way to become more valuable. If he wishes to be extraordinary, he must be uncomfortable for a time. But the common man never becomes much, because earning a weekly wage does not require him to become much. Sure, he dreams of riches, he dreams of living with a higher purpose, but he settles for comfort and safety, and a guaranteed weekly wage. The old man was silent for a moment. He had much to say to the unprofitable servant. He was angry and frustrated, and Rimson understood why, but he had expected worse and was thankful the man was calm. Some say money is the root of evil, but it is the worship of money that makes a man do evil things. And who worships it more, the one who has or the one who has not? The one who thinks day and night about how little he has and how much others have and still does nothing to change his circumstance. I tell you, it is he, the one who is stricken with fear and envy and apathy, who is doing an evil thing. The old man shifted his cane and looked away into the garden. Rimson lifted his head, stealing a glance at his dark skin, wrinkled by time, or the sun, or perhaps both. A tuft of white hair poked from his turban, exposing his age all the more. It is not the interest I lost which angered me when you brought me a talent. It is the time you wasted. I could have given the talent to another man who could have done something with it. I gave you 1 talent. Why? Could I not have given you more, as I did for Doozy and Gibble? Of course I could have. But I gave to each, according to his abilities. You showed little confidence in our first meeting 3 years ago, and I saw to it you started with a small amount. The old man whistled loudly. It startled Rimson. A slave ran to where the two sat and waited for instruction. "Bring me a tablet and a stylus." He kept his eyes trained on some distant spot in the garden. "What you did with my gold is what most men do with their time, which is far more valuable than gold can ever be. If it were not, I would have purchased myself a few more years of it." He scoffed and adjusted the turban on his head. "So this angers me more than lost money. Squandered potential, squandered gifts, squandered time. This is much worse." The servant came trotting back. Belshazzar lifted his hand to stop him from interrupting his thought. "Someone might look at a man like me and say, 'I could never be like him.' Then he slanders me and gossips about me to make me out to be a man not worth imitating. This way he can't be compared to me, and he is free to huddle in the safety of the little life he has created, and never have to become someone he is afraid to be, like me. What he doesn't realize is that he was never destined to be me. He has his own journey, And just like you came before me to give account for what you have done with what you were entrusted with over the last 3 years, each man will one day give account for what he was entrusted with, and so will I. Each of us will give account for how we spent our time on this earth with the resources we were given. We will not be compared against each other. We will only give account for what value each of us has brought to the world, using our talents and abilities. To each, according to his abilities, is a principle I have understood since I was in my youth, and it has kept my eyes open to how I can use what is before me to become more valuable to the world. I never compared myself to someone who I believed had more than me. I was too busy cultivating my own good fortune. He looked at the servant and pointed at Rimson. "Give him the tablet and stylus." Rimson was puzzled, but took it into his hands. "I know you read my letter, so you must have some education. Can you write?" Rimson nodded. He learned many years ago to read and write. It was one of the benefits of having volunteered to keep the books for his master, and then working with a teacher to learn. Yet another opportunity one could only find in Babylon, learning to read and write from the scribes who taught in the temples. "Write it down. To each, according to his abilities." Rimson carefully carved the letters into the wet clay, wiping the excess from the sharp tip of the stylus after each word. He could not guess why the man had him do this, but assumed Belshazzar wanted his principle on record. Perhaps the man wanted to warn future money-keepers and servants, or ensure that nobody else wasted his time as Rimson had. The old man watched him write and waited. Every few moments a peacock's squawk echoed in the trees. After Rimson finished inscribing the words, Belshazzar nodded his approval. "If you do not understand this truth, you will forever be common. Everyone is influenced, and everyone has influence. So you must ask yourself, are you influencing your surroundings, or are your surroundings influencing you? Even in the humble village of your youth, there were people, circumstances, and situations around you that you could have used to your advantage. There were opportunities you could have seized that would never be available even for me had I arrived there, as I had no influence there. But when a man is keeping his eyes on the success, abilities, and resources of others, he begins to believe that he was somehow unfairly treated by the universe or by God, that somehow he was given less opportunity. Because of this, he disqualifies himself. Instead of increasing his abilities to influence the world in his favor, he becomes affected by lack. He does not see those things in his possession or environment that he can use as a tool to become what he desires to become. All you must do to change your circumstance is to increase your skills and abilities, and you will see how quickly the world reveals its opportunities, which harmonize with these new skills and abilities. Belshazzar went on to explain how he never knew a lot about money and how it worked, and that he didn't need to understand how opportunities would come. He only had to raise his influence by increasing his skills and abilities. Rimson listened intently. Belshazzar pointed a finger at Rimson, his eyebrows arching. "You created an opportunity for yourself when you and your friend convinced me to hire you on as money-keepers. At least you did that. But I made the mistake of trusting you without understanding your ability. and you made the mistake of overestimating your ability. When you do this, life has a way of teaching you a hard lesson. You were once a camel boy, so you know very well that a man will always pay the price for taking a shortcut through the desert. So often it leads to destruction. It is no different in life. That is why you had no courage to do something with the gold. You raised your ambition without first increasing your skills, knowledge, and abilities. You entered unfamiliar territory for which you were not prepared. When Belshazzar waved his hand, the servant approached once more and helped him stand to his feet. He leaned on his cane and turned to face Remsen directly. He pointed at the tablet. "Stay here a while and think, and write, and think some more. Perhaps you are not a fool. Perhaps you simply have not spent enough time thinking. Think, and then worry about growing rich. Do not try to become rich without first thinking." Remsen stood and placed the tablet on the bench next to him. He bowed his head and lifted it to look into the old man's eyes. "Thank you, master," he said softly. Belshazzar nodded. "When you have thought a while about the principle and added some of your own ideas, I will tell you about another principle that will change your life." He paused for a moment before speaking again, as if he was trying to remember a name. "I assume you have not thanked your friend Gibble for his appeal on your behalf. Take some time this evening to do that. But first," he pointed at the clay tablet once more, "think." The servant helped the man make his way through the courtyard until they disappeared into a tunnel of grapevines. Chapter 4. The First Tablet. To each according to his abilities. Remsen paced the courtyard. He thought back to his first day here at Belshazzar's estate, and back to the day Gibble convinced him to take the money-keeping job. The old man was right. He should have taken time to learn to trade before he committed to the work. Or perhaps he should have approached Doozy, Belshazzar's most loyal servant, and asked him for advice. Maybe he could have convinced Doozy to join him on his journey, or offered his talent to him and helped him invest it. He was no fool when it came to creating opportunities for himself, from the deserts of Libya to Babylon to Belshazzar's estate. He had always found a way to get by. He had the ability to meet people, discover extraordinary places, and have conversations that opened opportunities for him. His dream of leaving all those sheep, sand, and more sheep, and making something of himself had fueled that. But the pace of the city those first few months had overwhelmed him and brought on this hesitation. The fear of the unknown had kept him working as a stableman for so long, and all but giving up on his dreams. He had wasted all the time he could have spent learning to trade, or something else, anything at all, to increase his confidence and skills. Hesitation. The word bounced in Remsen's mind. Then he remembered the word the old man used. Shortcuts. Hesitation, shortcuts, lack of skills, and overwhelming fear. Among so many other things, they were all contributors to his failure. He could point to all of them as the reasons why he'd failed to act on his dreams. He walked back to the tablet and knelt to his knees in the grass, using the bench as a table, and began to carve the clay. Tablet 1. To each according to his abilities. When my mind is full of fear, there is no room for imagination. I focus on the hardships and become blind to opportunities. I do not know where to go or where to start. Fear stifles my creativity and hinders my abilities. But when I gain new skills and increase my abilities, my mind becomes full of confidence, and there is little room for fear. Thus I will raise my abilities to diminish my fears. Wherever I have taken shortcuts, there I have paid the price. Whenever my ability did not match an opportunity, I simply could not take advantage of it. Starting today, I will no longer seek shortcuts. I will continue to increase my skills and abilities to leverage my opportunities. I will not seek shortcuts. I will not demand opportunities I have not yet earned. I will not expect to receive more from life until I have learned to make something of all I already have. Like talents of gold, I have a number of days. I will make use of today's opportunities today, and tomorrow's opportunities tomorrow. Too many todays have passed as I waited for tomorrow. Today I possess particular abilities, so I will do all I can to the best of my abilities, and only then can I expect more from life. Should I believe I am receiving less than I am worth, I will examine my life to see where I must increase my value, skills, and my abilities. I am not a victim. The universe is not working against me. I have always received according to my abilities. If I want more, I must become more. If I desire to increase the quality of my life and the quantity of my gold, I will raise my value to the world. To my woman, I will become a man who is easy to love. To my physician, I will become a patient who requires little examination. To my neighbor, I will become a neighbor he can rely on. To my friend, I will become a friend he can lean on. To my children, I will be a father they can look up to. And to my master, I will become a servant who deserves his weekly wages. I will develop my abilities in all these areas, and will reap the rewards of my increased abilities. If there is a new skill I must acquire, I will acquire it. If there is a new language I must learn, I will learn it. If there is a new friend I must meet, I will introduce myself. If there is an old friend I must give up, I will distance myself. I cannot stay in one place. I must do everything necessary to learn, grow, and continually increase my abilities. If I get the urge to complain about my situation, I do not need to go far to see thousands who have less opportunity and even less ability. If I get the urge to envy another, I need only to go to my reflection to find the man responsible for my lack. I must not waste precious time complaining or envying. I must take responsibility. I have abilities my neighbor does not. My neighbor has abilities I do not. I cannot lay claim to the wages my neighbor has earned, and he cannot lay claim to mine. If I desire to increase my wages, I need only to increase my value. I must find a way to increase my abilities. Until now, I was seeking opportunities I was not ready for, with the hope of somehow growing into them along the way. But when I received them, I was overcome by fear and insecurity, and I squandered every opportunity. Today is a new day. I will increase my abilities to match tomorrow's opportunity that will surely come, because I am making myself ready. Now I see the many opportunities that can lead me to where I want to go. Many paths are leading to the destination I dream of reaching. I need only to increase my abilities and train my eyes to spot the opportunities that will surely follow. if it is true that to each according to his abilities it is given, then I must do all things to the best of my abilities." Rimson couldn't believe all that flowed out of his mind when he gave himself some time to sit and think and write, and think some more, as Belshazzar had suggested. The things he wrote were things he had always understood at some level, but as he carved them into the damp clay, they became true. It was as if he did not realize he believed them until he had inscribed them, and they were there on the tablet before his eyes. What a simple instruction he had received from the old master! Perhaps if he sat and thought more often, he would understand more of what he truly believed, and he would not simply live according to what everyone else around him affirmed. Was this the only difference between the common man and the uncommon man? Perhaps the uncommon man developed the habit of sitting and thinking and understanding what he believed and wanted, and why he wanted it, and the common man did not have a clue about what he wanted, what he believed, or why he believed it. Rimson laid the tablet in the courtyard's sunniest patch. There it would dry and become solid, like a tile. When he joined Belshazzar in the garden the following morning, the man nodded after reading the tablet, and then handed it back to Rimson, telling him to put it where he would see it each morning. "This is how you change your thinking. You give your mind a new thing to think about and believe, and soon your mind will believe this new thing. Most men will wake this morning thinking about the same thing they thought about yesterday. And if you think today what you thought about yesterday, how can tomorrow bring a new idea, belief, or opportunity? It cannot. Go on about your day and think," the old man said as he turned his attention to his work. A servant had delivered a reed basket in which many tablets were organized, and Belshazzar busied himself flipping through them. Seeing the master had nothing more to say, Rimson reported to the estate steward. Starting today, he would begin 2 years of unpaid labor. His housing, meals, and basic needs would be taken care of, and even though he would not be earning a wage, he understood that spending time with the old master, whom he feared and hated only a short time ago, was more valuable than any wage he could earn. It wasn't gold he needed. It was wisdom and courage and confidence. He could gain those things from Belshazzar, as long as the man was willing to mentor him. With these, he would earn all the gold he would ever need later. He had time. Now was the time to learn. He had been given a gift most men never receive, and he accepted it heartily. All day he repaired chariots, groomed animals, and delivered messages. All of it was work typically done by lesser servants and sometimes slaves. But he did not mind. He knew the old master was trying to humble him. In the 3 years he served the man, all of which the man was away on his journey, Rimson had done clean work, under-the-roof work, in the cool of the shade, managing appointments and caring for the affairs of the house. And now he was working in the blazing sun, covered in sweat and animal dung. But he did not mind. He did not mind at all. There was purpose to the work because he knew it was temporary, and that it was only a stepping stone on the path to who he desired to become. That evening he rinsed in the basin, changed his tunic, and headed to the city. He had learned Gibble was in the markets, making deals for Belshazzar. He would go and find his friend and thank him for the second chance he'd received. He walked through the open iron gate onto the gravel street. Belshazzar's estate sat high on a hill in the southern corner of the city walls. The roads leading past his gates were lined by clay houses, several stories in height. Their open roofs gave the residents a cool place to sleep on hot evenings in the valley, while the living rooms, dining rooms, and kitchens were on the first levels. Hundreds of oil lamps had already been lit as the sun was beginning to set. He walked past open windows, seeing families gather for their evening meal. So many people lived a simple life within the gates of the world's most abundant city. But he did not envy them. Rimson, after all, had much to accomplish before he started a family. He would not bring a child into the world just to have it become a slave or servant of another man. There was time now. He had time. He'd been restless, anxious, always dreaming, and yet frozen in fear for so many years. But now he knew what he would be doing for the next 2 years, and it was a gift. To learn, to grow, and to dream, he had time. Gibble was busy helping a few slaves load his chariot when Rimson approached. As soon as Gibble saw his old friend, he dropped a bag, and tears filled his kind green eyes. He embraced Rimson and nearly squeezed the breath out of him. "I did not believe I would see you again, Rimson." Later, they sat on the roof of Gibble's new home above the market street and looked out on the panoramic view of the city. Gibble rented the home from a man who lived in the adjacent house. His widowed landlord even cooked Gibble's meals, an agreement they had made by contract. They sipped wine and watched the chain of slaves weaving up and down the steps of the king's palace far off in the distance. From where they were seated, the slaves resembled a colony of ants with their long clay pots strapped to their backs. Against the setting sun, they were nothing more than dark miniature figures endlessly marching. Up and down they went, filling the troughs on top of the magnificent palace. The troughs formed a maze of canals held by scaffolding, guiding streams into waterfalls and pools, and then splitting into funnels every which way to water the base of the plants. It was a remarkable feat of engineering that even had a complex series of tiered gardens containing a variety of trees, shrubs, and vines. The palace resembled a large green mountain constructed of massive stone blocks. An oasis within the city walls, it emerged with splendor from the humble clay homes, shops, stables, and gravel streets only a short distance away. That was the way it was in the city. Prosperity and poverty, oasis and desert, abundance and lack, rich and poor, all mixed within the safety of Babylon's walls. Gibble watched Rimson observing the city and spoke. "Here one cannot avoid being near severe poverty or vast wealth. Wherever you turn, there is one or the other. But what your eyes see most of becomes most familiar." Rimson nodded in agreement. "How true that is, Gibble. Had I stayed in the desert village where I was born, with all the sheep and sand, and more sheep, I would never have heard of Babylon, or even put into my mind that I could come to a place like this, though it seems I may have brought some of that barrenness with me," he sighed. "What I mean is I have not yet experienced Babylon's wealth, but I will, one day soon, and I cannot thank you enough for appealing to Belshazzar on my behalf." Gibble's long black hair was tied in a knot at the top of his head. Rimson had never seen it exposed. His friend had always worn a turban or a headscarf. He seemed wiser and calmer now, much more sure of himself. It was his constant discontent that had driven him to succeed in the first place. He had been courageous with his 2 talents, and now was reaping the benefits. That early experience led to much wisdom and confidence, and it showed in the way he now carried himself. "You will, my friend, you will. You humbled yourself in a way most would not be willing to. You are precisely where you need to be, and it is only a matter of time until you will receive another opportunity. Not long ago, you and I were in the same place, servants with a dream and nothing more. Things did not go your way for a time. A minor setback is all that it was. A minor setback." He nodded at his own conclusion and sipped his wine, looking out into the city. "If the old man's irritability does not deter you, you will learn much from him. In there, somewhere, underneath all of that gold and silk, his heart is good." Gibble paused, and then a sly smile spread across his clean-shaven face. "And by God, please do not wander out alone into the desert at night to bury your next batch of gold. At least invite your old friend." Rimson laughed and shoved him. "As if I haven't experienced enough humiliation. Now you mock me? Those bony arms of yours would not handle the digging." Gibble chuckled, and then refilled their cups with wine. The sweat on his dark skin glistened in the setting sun. Rimson spotted the gold bracelet around his wrist that sparkled and danced as he drank. Gibble deserved it. He had earned it. He brought his cup to his lips and smiled. He was proud of his old friend. Gibble was younger, and ever since they had met working for Ishum, he had always come to Rimson with a plethora of ideas to make money, seeking his opinion. He had always been confident they would become rich in Babylon and fill their purses with coins. Gold coins and silver coins, any kind of coins that existed, they would have. Now Gibble was reaping the rewards of that certainty. He reached over and grabbed him by the shoulder, and extended his other hand to clink their cups. "Thank you again, old friend." Their shadows grew tall on the clay wall behind them, and soon the sun hid behind the buildings and melted into the desert. Rimson bid his friend farewell, embraced him once more, and headed back to Belshazzar's estate. "A talent buried is a talent lost." Belshazzar was standing up, leaning on his cane. They were in the garden once again, the old man animated with his topic. "What good is a fine robe if it is folded in one's closet and never worn, where moths will soon destroy it? What good is the back of a strong man who sits with his arms folded and does not work? Soon his strength will wither. What good are the youthful years of a man if he lives them passively and without purpose? Those years would be better used to extend the life of a wise man. What good is the gift of roses for a lover if the woman has not received the gift of attention or affection? No energy was expended. She has not felt the love. What good is faith in a God if one does not live like there is a God? That faith will soon be nothing more than a forgotten idea. What good is gold buried in the desert?" At this, the old man turned his head to his side and looked at Rimson before finishing his sentence. His black eyes met Rimson's, and this time Rimson could not look away. He continued, "If it is not making for its keeper a profit. A talent buried is a talent lost." Belshazzar was not only speaking of money. The old man was revealing something else to Rimson. Rimson had always equated the word opportunity with gold. What other good fortune would be called an opportunity? But the old man reminded him that one did not need to be given a satchel of gold to be considered fortunate. One's health, one's strength, one's love, one's family, one's faith in his God, these were as much of an opportunity for growth as gold was. Each of these things needed investment. Each of these things deteriorated over time with no effort put forth. He winced when the man brought up the gold buried in the desert. But there were many other things he had buried throughout his life the old man knew nothing about. There were other things he buried in that desert from which he came many years ago. In that desert, he had buried his faith in God, his contact with his family, and everything else he once held dear, in hopes of finding himself somewhere else. He realized that he buried all these things out of a habit. He broke commitments when they became inconvenient, quit when things became difficult, left when things became dull or unprofitable, and worse, he found excuses not to take action when opportunities knocked, no matter how much he had wished for them. Burying the talent was not out of character from the way he had always lived. He wasn't lazy, but he was undoubtedly unprofitable in many things, not only finances. At the old man's whistle, a servant brought a second clay tablet on a piece of flat wood, the stylus alongside it. He took it in his hands, but immediately set it aside on the bench as soon as the old man stretched his hand towards him, motioning for Rimson to help him. As Rimson jumped to his side, the old man locked his arm around Rimson's elbow and pointed his cane towards the tunnel of grapevines in the direction of the estate house. "Walk me to the house," the old man directed. Rimson strolled carefully, allowing the man to keep his own pace. He hadn't noticed how fragile Belshazzar was until now. With each day that passed, the old man seemed to be growing weaker. "A talent buried is a talent lost." These were the only words Belshazzar said on their walk through the garden. Chapter 5. The Second Tablet. A talent buried is a talent lost. Rimson got the old man settled in the house with the help of a servant and headed for the tool shed. There he filled a lamp with oil, trimmed the wick, lit it, and walked back to the courtyard patio through the garden. It was pitch dark now, so he cupped his hand to protect the flame from the breeze. Torches burned in the corners of the courtyard, and he drew the lamp close to illuminate the clay tablet as he huddled over it. Tablet number 2. A talent buried is a talent lost. When I bury my talent, I am not preserving it. I am rendering it useless. A talent buried has no value, but a talent put to good use soon rewards its keeper. I buried my talent in the name of safekeeping, only to realize this was foolish. I wasted a gift. I will unearth my talent and put it to work. I will not bury my talent. The talent of another man does not diminish my own. If I bring my talent to the market, it will undoubtedly attract eager merchants and create an opportunity for me. My buried talent does not lose value, but it does cost me time, and time is a heavy price to pay. As long as I live, my talent has value. It can be invested and multiplied, unless it remains buried. The jingle of another man's coin purse does not indicate that I am less capable because my purse is empty. Rather, it is a reminder that my own can also be filled. What has that man done to receive such compensation? What can I do? What value can I bring to the world so that I am rewarded for my efforts, and my own purse can also be filled? When I see another man's success, and I know what skills he possesses, and all he has accomplished with those skills, I will not become envious as I have before. I will not wish that I could have accomplished everything he has. Instead, I will become inspired, put my imagination to work, and discover what incredible things I can do. What things can I accomplish so that perhaps with my success I can inspire another as I have been inspired? Many people change the world by doing extraordinary things, but they do not set out to change the world. They set out to uncover their talents, achieve personal dreams, and change their lives. And along the way, they change the world. By being in the world and bringing forth their talents, they are changing the world. I must strive to change my life in extraordinary ways if I wish to change the world in any way. For many years I have lived passively, dreaming but not doing, hoping but not searching, wishing but not asking, expecting but not trusting, wanting but not knocking. It wasn't only my talent of gold I had buried. I also buried my belief in myself and my abilities. I will unearth what I have so discreetly buried. I will bring forth my talents. In the name of keeping myself busy, I have stolen from my future. Had I invested my talent, I would have earned a fortune. I have kept myself busy making a meager living to avoid facing the fear and discomfort of earning a fortune. Starting today, I will embrace fear and discomfort and invest in my talents. Many dreams have been sold for the price of a weekly wage. Many talents have been buried. If I desire to increase the weight of my coin purse, I must understand the language of money. If I wish to increase my happiness, I must understand the language of the soul. If I desire to increase my faith, I must understand the language of the spirit. I must learn how to use what I already possess to receive more. Otherwise, what little I own will soon find a way to get away from me. I must invest in my talents. I had hoped that burying my talent would be a secure and safe decision, but as the days passed, it proved to be the most significant risk I have taken. It would not have been lost, but rather gained me much more if I had put it to work. A talent buried is time wasted. A talent buried is a talent lost. The longer I keep my talent buried and unused, the more confidence I lose in my ability to use it. The deeper it is buried, the further courage wanders from me, and the more fear overtakes me. At the end of my days, if I am bitter and regretful, it is only because I left my talents buried in the desert. If I wish to leave this earth without a single regret, I must immediately unearth my abilities and put them to work. Even if no one ever knows what priceless thing I have buried in the desert, I will know. Even if I can convince others that I am doing all I can with what I have, secretly I will remember my buried talent, and my self-worth will dwindle. I can deceive others, but when I am alone, I cannot escape the truth. I will unearth my talent. I will bring it to the world. Had I sought a man more knowledgeable than I to help invest my talent, together we could have earned a fortune, even when I lacked the knowledge to do it alone. Had I put to work all that was given to me, I could have done something with myself. Had I taken action on the opportunities before me yesterday, today I would be closer to my dream. Had I invested yesterday, today I would have reaped the benefits, and tomorrow my success could have inspired another. A tremendous price I have paid to learn the lesson. A talent buried is a talent lost. The moon illuminated the table. Rimson's lamp sputtered, burning the last bit of oil. He gently blew on the tablet to clear the crumbs of carved clay. He would bring it out in the morning to get a full day's sun to dry. He lay in the grass, sliding his hands behind his head for a cushion. A cockatoo squawked somewhere in a bush and startled him. "Foolish bird, has no sense of time," Rimson grunted. He was lucky to be here at the estate. Only a short time ago he was headed back into obscurity. If Belshazzar had not challenged him with his letter, where would he have wandered? Would he even have survived the desert? He thought about the poor camel. Perhaps I should have been more patient and brought her back. A talent buried is a talent lost. The old man certainly did not mince words, but it didn't bother Rimson any more. There could be nothing more humiliating than what had happened at the banquet, and that was over with. He could not reverse the past, and now was the time to learn. And though the man likely still thought very little of him, he had also been gracious. His eagerness to teach the principles revealed more about him than his often harsh words and temperament. The man had indeed been bothered by Rimson's failure to take advantage of the opportunity he'd been given, and Rimson wanted nothing more than to redeem himself. The crackle of a dry palm leaf startled him, and he raised his head to see the old man approaching. Belshazzar held a lamp in one hand and gripped his cane with the other. Rimson jumped to his feet and helped the man to the bench. "Master, it is late. Why are you in the garden at this hour?" he asked, as he helped the man sit down.
"No sleep for me tonight. Curses!" Belshazzar grumbled. "I should ask the same of you. Is there not work to be done in the morning?"
"Yes, master," Rimson promptly replied. "I will be ready in the morning. I wanted to do a bit of thinking, and what better place?" He pointed his thumb over his shoulder towards the open courtyard and smiled. With the carefully landscaped border of fruit trees and flowers in chest-high vases, the garden was a magical place, especially at night with the flicker of the torches and dapples of the moonlight. It was at once mysterious and alive and peaceful.
"Indeed,"
the old man replied, and then reached for Rimson's tablet. He read slowly, sometimes appearing to reread lines. Rimson waited, pretending to turn his attention to the moon, then the stars, and then the garden.
"Very well," he nodded. "Where was this kind of thinking when I was away?"
He looked up at Rimson. Rimson shifted his feet and pursed his lips. There was no sarcasm in the old man's question. He was waiting for an answer. Rimson cleared his throat, and just as he was about to speak, the old man motioned for him to sit.
"I was afraid," he finally mumbled as he settled in the grass. "Babylon has its thieves and swindlers, and the king's tax collectors have little integrity. The talent you so graciously entrusted to me was more gold than I ever laid eyes on in all my life. I was afraid I would lose it in one or all of these ways, and I would never be able to repay you."
Belshazzar continued to watch Rimson without the slightest sentiment on his face. He scratched his beard, which was mostly white. Only the top of his mustache retained any of its youthful black color.
"Gibble and Doozy have encountered thieves, swindlers, and tax collectors, did they not?"
Rimson nodded. His excuses had been genuine, but suddenly sounded pitiful. Gibble and Doozy certainly had encountered all those things he had feared. Somehow they were able to thrive.
"Courage and enthusiasm," the old man sighed. "They both dare to persist, despite those very same fears every man has. and they have enthusiasm for life, a desire to do something great with their time."
He was leaning forward on the bench, supporting himself with both palms, gripping his knees, and looking down at where Rimson sat cross-legged in the grass.
"You only lacked a bit of knowledge to trade in the markets, a skill you could have learned. There is not much else that separates you from those two faithful servants of mine. But you—"
He pointed a crooked finger at Rimson and continued,
"you lost enthusiasm. That is not something you can learn. If you only would have allowed yourself to dream, even after all those years, you would have found the courage to try your hand at trading in the markets. Gibble said you once came to Babylon dreaming of riches. Where did that enthusiasm go?"
Rimson tore blades of grass with his fingers and remained silent. He thought back to all those years working in the stables. 1 year at a time, his hope faded. The dream of riches never faded, but the belief he could attain them and make something of himself did. 1 slow year at a time, 1 busy month at a time, 1 rough week at a time, 1 passive day at a time, his hope faded. That is how he lost all enthusiasm for the dreams that once made him come alive. That is how he let those years come and go with no progress. That is how he let the next 3 years pass with a satchel of gold buried in the desert, and why he was so fearful when he received his talent. Slowly and passively the days came and went, and his dream turned to nothing more than a fantasy. It was as if he'd become paralyzed. With locked elbows, Belshazzar leaned on both knees once again and took a deep breath. The short walk through the garden had taken its toll on him. He looked feeble and decades older than he had just 3 years earlier. Perhaps it was the reason he had gone away, to bid farewell to family in faraway cities. Rimson felt sad for the man.
"My health is failing me," Belshazzar said, as if he perceived Rimson's thoughts. The old man bowed his head and closed his eyes. His nightgown fluttered in the breeze. "I will not claim to know the purpose of our creation, or why we were given time, why we were given breath, why we were given all that we possess. I believe soon I will be granted the opportunity to ask God all of these questions." He paused and took another breath before he sighed heavily. "But I do know this. We will answer for our time. Such a wonderful gift is not given without an expectation that it be used wholeheartedly. All that was given me, I returned tenfold. I have been a reliable friend and kind to those who needed kindness. I have been honest with those who needed honesty, and generous to those who needed generosity. I've always told the truth and never cheated another man, and not a day has gone by that I have not put my skills and abilities to work. All of this I contribute to my enthusiasm for life. I desired to live and live well. What is the purpose of life? I can't say. What is the fruit of a purposeful life? This I can answer." The old man straightened as if he was suddenly a younger version of himself. His eyes locked with Rimson's, and his voice grew more assertive. "A man who lives his life with a purpose never lacks enthusiasm. Even when life brings him to his knees time and time again,
Even when his seasons are great in number, he remains young at heart, because he knows there is a purpose for the young and the old. He influences many because of who he has become, and gives back to the world much more than he has taken from it. He has joy in his heart, and he is at peace with himself, because he has done all things to the best of his abilities. Those, Rimson, are the fruits of a man who lives his life with purpose." He cleared his throat and moved to rise. Grabbing Rimson's shoulder for support, he managed to pull himself up by his cane to stand. "In a few weeks I will give a lecture at the Great Hall, just near the King's Palace. I will need assistance coming and going. Seeing that you are a man who desires to redeem his name," he pointed at Rimson's tablet, "you may learn something new amongst a group of extraordinary men who are hungry for a better future. Many in the city are invited to this occasion for a small fee. The doors are open to all, but only those eager to learn attend. And they tend to be the ones who change their lives for the better. I've witnessed camel boys, inexperienced tradesmen, and servants of humble duties transform from one year to the next." He looked down at his cane to catch his breath. "Perhaps it will be the last year I can be among such men." Rimson nodded. "I would be pleased to assist you, master." Rimson swung the satchel over his shoulder and stepped onto the chariot. The slave tugged sharply on the reins, and the chariot jolted forward. They turned down streets and alleys, swerving left and right to avoid pedestrians. Several times the chariot wheels rolled through the gutters as they tried to pass by the king's cavalry or merchants spreading their tents, baskets, and display tables into the roadway. They reached Ibur Shabu Road and slowed the horses to match the pace of pedestrian traffic in the wide street. Babylon's main road was full of travelers guiding their caravans, women strolling with pots on their heads, slaves trudging with baskets strapped to their backs, thousands of ordinary citizens busy with their routines. Soon they passed through the Ishtar Gate and rode over the bridge crossing the Euphrates. Belshazzar had sent Rimson to the canyons behind Babylon's walls, the same canyons to which he'd banished him that fateful banquet night. He was to find a man named Abu Wakar, a servant of Belshazzar's from long ago. "Go and see why a man like him is in a place like that," Belshazzar had ordered. "See if you cannot notice the language with which he speaks, and the attitude he carries, and tell me if he deserves anything better. And do not forget to mention my name." The old man smirked and waved them away. They turned from the paved road to the east and rode along a narrow path that followed the river. As soon as they crossed the river, where it spread wide and shallow enough for pedestrians to walk through, the desert turned rocky. When they reached the canyons, the hair on Rimson's arms rose. The closer they rode to the place known as the Outer Darkness, the more uncomfortable he became. He saw lepers, covered from head to toe in boils, and a naked man who foamed from the mouth. He kept his eyes on the trotting horses and avoided the stares of the peering canyon dwellers. The slave pulled back on the reins to slow the horses to a walk, and finally to a stop. The dust settled around the chariot. The young man nodded to indicate they had arrived, and Rimson guessed he would not guide him further. He stepped off and eyed hundreds of tents fashioned from rags and quilts,
curious children stopped their games to investigate the newcomers. When they approached the horses, the slave snapped a switch and shouted, shooing them away. Rimson clutched the strap of his satchel with both hands and approached a shirtless old man whittling a stick. "Abu Wakar? Is there a man by the name of Abu Wakar here?"
"Abu?"
the man asked in a raspy voice. Rimson thought to correct the man, but nodded instead, and wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. His throat was suddenly dry, and he wished he was safe behind the walls of Belshazzar's estate. He noticed the old man was missing several fingers, and one leg appeared to be much shorter than the other. His eyes were glossy and white. "He is blind," Rimson thought, but the man reached for his cane lying beside him and used it to point to the caves in the red bluff behind him. "There," he said, and turned back to his carving. Rimson climbed the path twisting up the canyon, looking longingly at the chariot below. When he reached the top of the bluff, he slapped the dust from his hands and spotted several groups of people lingering near the cave openings. He walked past them, hoping not to draw attention to himself. At the entrance of one cave, he noticed an old wooden chest decorated with elegant designs. The blue and gold trim paint was faded and peeling from what once was undoubtedly a fine piece of furniture. It seemed out of place, perhaps stolen from the city. "Abu Wakar!" he shouted in the direction of the cave opening, and waited, but was met with silence. The people watched him. "Abu Wakar!" This time he half shouted. A tall, thin man, dressed in a toga much too short for him, came out of the cave and squinted at Rimson. He had a sharp chin and bony cheeks, with tangled curly hair like Rimson's, only his narrow face had no beard. "I am Abu Wakar," he finally said, suspiciously eyeing Rimson. Chapter 6. The Third Tablet. Do not concern yourself with your neighbor's wages. Abu Wakar demanded he be called Abu. He was a man of shrill voice and many opinions. He spoke fast and hardly looked Rimson in the eye. His gaze drifted over Rimson's shoulder and made Rimson uncomfortable as they sat on rocks facing each other near the cave entrance. Rimson apologized for intruding and mentioned the master's name. Abu ignored the sentiment. "Belshazzar! Ha!" He spat on the ground and wiped his mouth with his torn and discolored sleeve. He was chewing on something, and Rimson noticed the leaf-like substance stuck between his teeth. "He's not dead yet? What a shame! I thought all that greed would have killed him by now. That city is a pit for greed. It is full of the rich getting richer, while we live on crumbs." He attempted to pluck at one of the leaves in his teeth and laughed sourly. "How about instead of trying to fill your purse with gold, you get 2 cows, and your neighbor gets 20 chickens. Your other neighbor gets 5 pigs. All of you have gardens, and everyone grows different vegetables that you preserve every year to get you through to the next harvest. You all share the food, leave your master's work to the master, live off the land, break the cycle of greed, take care of your neighbors take care of you, and you give the king the finger on the way out of the city." He spit again, his saliva green with soggy clumps. "You and I have no chance. The rich who own us make sure of it. We work to the bone for a meal. They sit on their rear ends and feast. Babylon is no sanctuary. Everyone is migrating here to get their share of the wealth, and because of them, rich men like Belshazzar stay rich. We are all slaves, whether we earn a wage or not. It's only a matter of time until it all collapses. It's only a matter of time." He pointed at the discolored blue chest. "That is it. That is all I was left with. When I asked the old man why I was not receiving an equal wage to the rest of his servants, he had them pack this chest for me, with all my belongings, and dumped me here. The rich, like him, constantly cut down our earnings, replace us with free slave labor, and force us into debt. That is why I'm here. He did not want to hear what I had to say. I told him the king should order every master to pay his employees equal wages. If he forced the rich to pay, there would be enough gold to spread amongst the people equally. None would be in poverty, and no one could look down on another if we were all equal. Instead, the king allows men like Belshazzar only to get wealthier."
Rimson hardly said a word. Belshazzar was right. He only had to mention the master's name, and Abu did not stop with his chatter until Rimson stood to leave. The man never even asked for his visitor's name, or why he had come in the first place. Rimson wanted to ask Abu why he didn't go and get his 2 cows and find neighbors with chickens and pigs instead of living in the canyon. Who was stopping him? Or why he believed he deserved wages equal to a servant who was more skilled and valuable. Or why he thought a fair society would be one in which the king took from those who invested their gold and gave it to those who risked nothing, those who chose not to learn the rules of money-keeping, or money-spending, for that matter. Rimson was certainly in no better financial situation than Abu, but he knew if he kept learning from Belshazzar, Gibble, and the lecture he was lucky to attend soon, perhaps he too could master the rules of good money-keeping. In the land from which he came, the land of sand and sheep and more sand, everyone was living the life Abu described. No one paid taxes. They lived off their own crops, and their entire lives were dedicated to survival. Because of it, they did not have the freedom to pursue their dreams, because from sunup to sundown they worked. And even after all of that hard work, they never had fruits or spices to enrich their meals, because they could not trade for these items. So they ate the same things day after day. They worked the same long hours, week after week. It was clear Abu did not understand the opportunity he had in a city like Babylon. Was a man's time not more valuable than to only work to put food on the table? If a man could learn to fill his purse with gold from all of the opportunities Babylon provided, he could have the freedom to do anything he wished with his time. In some places he would not have that choice, but in Babylon he did. As the chariot sped back to Babylon's gates, he understood why Belshazzar had him visit Abu. The old man wanted Rimson to see what he could have become if he had chosen not to return to the estate. The poor man had little ambition, but so many ideas and opinions that only kept him a victim. He believed life should be easy, a fairy tale where no one had to labor, and the king provided everything. But he did not understand how terrible things would become if all he was hoping for came true. A different possibility existed in Babylon. Babylon's king, King Hammurabi, had written a code of law. Babylonians believed that he was the first king in all of history to decree such a just and fair set of rules for men to live by. This code recognized that a king's power came from God, and that earthly rulers had moral duties, as did their subjects. It laid out Hammurabi's task: to bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evildoers, and to fear God. The code gave Babylon's citizens a chance to live by their own design, and the king did not meddle in the affairs of his subjects, but ensured that they lived well and prospered.
If things came to a dispute, all understood the law. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. Kingdoms elsewhere, where kings had all power and the people were not in control of their destiny, were terrible places to live. For how could a man live a prosperous and happy life if he did not have the freedom to keep the fruit of his own labor? Rimson had heard that cruelty, poverty, and injustice arose soon after in countries where a king controlled his people instead of serving them. The citizens of these kingdoms always suffered greatly, and were under a heavy burden to the king's taxes. Poor Abu failed to see that people like Rimson weren't migrating to Babylon in droves because of greed. They were trekking to Babylon in caravans because it was the only city where one had a chance to choose his own destiny. Perhaps Abu should have spent a few years in a kingdom ruled by a tyrant, or tried to live off the land as he proposed. Perhaps then he would see the value of the opportunities before him. Later, Rimson learned from a fellow servant that Abu had also received an offer from Belshazzar, except he had chosen to take the gold. In a few short years of living a lavish lifestyle, he spent it all. According to Hammurabi's code, when Abu accepted the gold, he was legally bound to the agreement with Belshazzar. If he set foot into Babylon again, he would be thrown into prison. Rimson shuddered when he remembered that he too could have ended up in the canyons. Poor Abu, he thought. Rimson guessed there were 1,000 people in the auditorium. The broad columns stretched high to the decorated ceiling on which Babylon's most renowned artists had painted their breathtaking murals. Rimson could see over the stage through the columns from the top row of the steep auditorium seats. In the distance, the Euphrates sparkled, reflecting sunbeams as the river peacefully flowed. The auditorium's back wall glowed orange from the setting sun. Sparrows flew in and out of the great room and perched on the columns, curiously observing the excitement. A gentle breeze blew from the valley through the columns, cooling the crowd and eager guests. Everyone spoke at once, and people squeezed past each other to get to their seats. They finally quieted when a bald man in a scarlet robe approached the podium. What a grand display, Rimson thought. It is such an honor to stand in a place where so much wisdom, art, and music has been exposed to the world. That was Babylon, the gateway to a new and modern society. The master of ceremonies introduced Belshazzar and waved the old master up. The assembly stood with enormous applause. Rimson ran down to help him up to the podium, and then hurried back up the steps to the back wall, where he found a place to stand. Every seat was filled, forcing many attendees to sit on the steps on both sides of the auditorium. One had to carefully make his way up or down without stepping on seated guests. The applause dwindled when the old man took his place at the podium, and silence fell over the crowd. For a long, awkward moment, Belshazzar studied the tablets before him without saying a word. Men shifted anxiously in their seats, and Rimson worried he might have to assist the man off the stage. But finally, he spoke. "The caravans aren't lining up to cross the deserts to get to Nineveh," Belshazzar began with a smile. The audience chuckled in agreement. "For years now, masses are making perilous journeys from lands far away, risking their lives and their livelihoods just to get to the city which promises them a chance for a better future. Babylon." He paused to let the thunderous applause settle. Rimson had feared the old man would be unable to address the massive audience with his feeble voice, but his words echoed powerfully in the auditorium,
whose brilliant architecture was designed for such an occasion. One could clear his throat at the podium, and it would be heard at the furthest seats. "And yet," he continued, "I look over this great crowd and see men who have not employed the freedom they once came to claim in this great city." His eyes scanned the room and stopped on Rimson, leaning against the back wall. "Many, many men here have desired to live a free life. They are weary of leaving their home in the dark hours of the morning and returning when the sun is already set, only to find the coin they toiled for already spent on the needs of this day. Hard work is a requirement of success, but hard work does not make a man rich. Hard work will often not be enough to let a man get by without further sinking into debts. Soon he is not just a servant to his master. He has become a slave who cannot buy his freedom." Belshazzar gripped both sides of the marble podium and leaned forward. "This great day I will remember for as long as I live, for it is the last time I will be among you." Men began to whisper, and Belshazzar raised his hand. "I did not say this to arouse your concern. I tell you this so you may take what short lecture I have prepared for you with much seriousness, thought, and consideration. Those of you in this grand auditorium today who wish to make something of your life, and who wish to live on your own terms, and not merely survive on the king's handouts, begging for a morsel of food like starving hatchlings in a nest, you must do as I instruct." Belshazzar ran his fingers over the tablets before him. "Young men, old men, rich men, poor men, all who hear me, I beg you to do these following things from this day forward, to gain all you need and keep all you possess. This simple thing you must do first. If you do not desire to remain in the place of employment you find yourself now, or to keep earning the same wages you earn now, or to keep living the life you do now, you must first make a plan." He lifted his hand and held up one finger, then 3, and then 5 as he spoke. "If you believe you can change your circumstance in 1 year, write on a tablet what you need to do to accomplish this thing in 1 year's time. Should you believe it might take you 3 years to change your circumstance, detail your 3-year plan accordingly. And should you be in extra debt, or be committed to the employment of your master for the next 5 years, or you are simply lazy," the audience exploded into laughter, "then you must detail your plan and set the date to 5 years from this day." The old man smiled as he looked over the audience and waited for them to settle down. "No great thing will be accomplished without a vision. No great thing will be accomplished by accident. No man should show up to his place of employment without a plan to either use his employment as a place to advance his skills and wages, or as a means to an end for which he has created a plan." He leaned, squinting his eyes, as he moved his finger across his tablet and located his following note. "The second thing you must do if you should desire to change the direction of your life is to take hold of your finances. You must get rid of debts that keep you a slave to your master. and you must begin to account for every piece of silver that enters and leaves your purse. And you must absolutely—" He paused and looked over the crowd to make sure he had their attention. "You must absolutely live below your means until you are financially free. If you earn 1 piece of silver as your weekly wage, but spend more than 1 piece in that week, you are now in debt. Purchasing things you desire but do not need is not your right, and you do not deserve it, no matter how much you convince yourself of this." He paused momentarily and coughed into a piece of cloth before setting it on the podium near his tablets. "Too many men purchase chariots and robes they cannot afford to impress their neighbor. Too many men go to the merchant and purchase things on credit before they have earned the silver to repay their debts. What foolish carelessness it is to live in such a way. Do not concern yourself with your neighbor's wages. Do not concern yourself with your neighbor's wages. Do not concern yourself with your neighbor's wages." Belshazzar repeated the words again and again, slamming his fist down on the podium each time. "What your neighbor can afford is no reflection on you. You must not concern yourself with his image and try to imitate him. If your neighbor possesses things you desire, go and learn from him how you too can come to possess such things. But do not get yourself into debt in hopes he thinks highly of you because of your possessions. Or worse, do not demand the king split your neighbor's wealth with you. Your neighbor will not make you wealthy, and you cannot make your neighbor wealthy. You must take hold of your finances. You must not concern yourself with your neighbor's wages." Rimson silently mouthed the words from where he stood. When he got back to the estate, he would start working on the next tablet. "Do not concern yourself with your neighbor's wages." He repeated the words over and over. "Let me now reveal to you how even a man of modest income can govern his wages, even when he is in debt. Whether a man's weekly wage is 1 silver coin or a talent of gold, he still must follow these principles of wise money-keeping. At the end of the week, when he has received his pay, he must take 1/10 of his wage to the orphanage, place of worship, or a charity that uses the money to feed the poor, clothe the naked, or tend to the sick." The old man raised a finger in the air as if to put the thoughts of his audience on hold for a moment before they raced ahead of him. "Now, I know this may contradict everything you know about fattening your purse, but this is a principle I have practiced all my life, and without it I would not be wealthy. If one does not put into practice the principle of giving, one will be a miserable soul. Do not question me in this. Instead, test my theory for yourself and see if there isn't a greater power that will reward the work of your hands. Decide to follow this principle when your wages are modest. Some say they will give when they have more, but they are fooling themselves. If one has not learned to give when he has little, he will certainly not give when he has gained much. Test me in this also, and see that I do not deceive you. But it will be better for you if you simply trust what I say. He straightened his back and smoothed his robe before raising his finger again. "Another 10th must be put away where you do not see it. It must not be in your purse with merely a plan to save it, for I promise you it will find a way to get away from you if kept within reach. Set it aside, and then, once you have gathered a significant amount, find a way to make it work for you. Take it to the bankers so it could gain interest for you, or take it to the trustworthy money keepers who could invest it for you." Again he paused, and his eyes found Rimson in the back of the room. "It must not sit there, or soon its value will be less than when you first deposited it." He smiled out at the crowd. "And those here today who have made unwise financial decisions, lend me your ear. Another 10th you will use to pay back your debts. Though a 10th of a weekly wage, it may seem an insignificant amount to reduce a considerable debt. It will put into action, for your benefit, a power you have yet to discover. A humble 10th, put towards a debt consistently, will compound and do great work, so that even you will be soon surprised to find your debt dwindling. Many say they will pay off their debt some day when they earn significant wages, but they are foolishly prolonging their slavery. Soon they will find themselves in a bigger pit than when they first began their 1 or 3 or 5-year plan." The old man stepped to the side of the podium and shuffled up to the edge of the stage. He addressed the crowd in a low voice, so that the audience leaned forward. "Any of you who believe yourself to be an excellent mathematician may shout the correct answer. What percentage of income does that leave us with?"
70.
The audience shouted in unison. "Incredible," the old man said with a smile. "A truly wise crowd gathered here today." More laughter cascaded from the audience. "This 70% you may live on as you please. Notice this. You must find a way to live on 70%. It may seem impossible for you to do such a thing with your current budget. But should you implement each of these principles into your life throughout a few months' time, a strange thing will occur. You will come to learn that you can do this with ease. Do not try to calculate it. Simply try it, and see it will work for you. Do not live foolishly as you have lived to this day, spending more than you have earned to keep up with the lavish lifestyle of your neighbor. There is nothing extraordinary about accruing debt. And if you have been fortunate, do not look down upon your neighbor who has less than you, so that he will not have the desire to keep up with you and amass debt for it. Do not concern yourself with your neighbor's wages. Do not concern yourself with your neighbor's wages." The old man carefully made his way back towards the podium. He used it to steady himself, scanned his tablet once more, and looked out to the audience. The sun had set, and the auditorium was dim. The bald man brought over a lamp and set it on the podium to illuminate Belshazzar's tablet and face. Several servants in matching togas hurriedly lit torches along the back wall and side steps. "And finally," the old man continued, before the bald man had cleared the stage, "the third thing you must do to change your life, beginning this very day, is to resolve that you will put to action your written plan and immediately put yourself into the company of men
who will create an incubator for your dreams to grow, and not a dungeon where they will rot."
Belshazzar's face was intent. He pointed his finger at no man in particular in the crowd, and moved his arm from the left to the right, and then up and down, covering the span of the audience.
"Whomever you spend your precious hours with, you will imitate. The mind is a parrot. It can only repeat back what it hears and sees. If it sees and hears foolish talk, slander, gossip, and poor money-keeping, this is what it will sing back to you. If you have friends who make you feel comfortable being poor and ordinary, but mock another who is working on his dream, soon you will be the one they mock. It is time for you to make new friends. They will not be your friends for long, once you put your plan to action."
He raised his hand quickly. "As I have repeated today, do not concern yourself with your neighbor's wages. Simply mind your own dreams and finances, and care for them like the precious gems they are. Let the fools continue to be foolish. Do not try to fix them, and do not concern yourself with their wages. Do not look upon the success of others and become frightened. Far too many men compare their lives to the men doing extraordinary things, and they put away their own dreams in a secret place, never to see the light of day again." Once again the old man's eyes met Remsen's, and this time he nodded. He had made sure his servant heard these words. "If you are not satisfied with your life today, my friends, first, do not let another day come upon you without making a plan to navigate your present to a better future. Without a plan, your dreams are only fantasies. Second, take hold of your finances, so that you may free yourself from the bondage of slavery and poverty. A man cannot become much when his master owns his hours and his money belongs to his debtors. And finally, put your plan into action with the support of good company, be it a friend, an honest neighbor, or an encouraging and industrious wife, and your life will never be the same again." All in attendance stood to their feet with deafening applause as the old man limped off the stage. Each man in the audience understood it was likely his last time in the presence of this great man. Later, back at his room at the estate, Remsen lit a lamp and began to carve his third tablet. Tablet number 3. Do not concern yourself with your neighbor's wages. As difficult as it may be to avoid comparing myself to my friends and neighbors, I will not concern myself with their wages. I am just as capable as anyone else in the world, doing extraordinary things. I will not eliminate myself from greatness. I will not go into debt for approval. I will not lose myself in comparison. I will not measure my talents against the talents of others. I do not deserve anything I have not earned. I will not spoil my family with holiday gifts, only to pay the debt for the following 4 holidays. My neighbor is not impressed when I spoil my family to impress him. He is busy spoiling his, trying to impress me. I will not accumulate debt for the sake of treating myself if I have not budgeted money with which to treat myself. Debt is a shackle around my neck. I will live free within my means. I have no time to do extraordinary things and seek my greater purpose if my time belongs to my master. I cannot do extraordinary things if my weekly wage belongs to my creditors. I cannot give to charity if I do not have a coin to give. I cannot bless a friend in need if I am also in need. I live in Babylon. I have no excuse to live as if I am from the desert. Many foreigners have arrived here with nothing and retired with everything. I, too, have started with nothing, and I will not demand anything. Instead, I will earn it. Many men blame the system for their poverty and debts they accrued with their own careless spending. I will not blame the rich man for the debts I accrued myself. Many evil men do evil things for selfish gain and wealth, but these men do not accrue debt for me. If I have debt, it was because of my own careless money-keeping. I will not concern myself with the evil man's wages. I will not concern myself with my neighbor's wages. I will not demand the king's taxes pay for my meals or my wages. I will not demand a portion of the king's taxes, knowing that this money has been collected from my friends and neighbors. When I rely on the king's taxes to support me, I am concerning myself with my neighbor's wages. I will not concern myself with my neighbor's wages. I will take care of myself. All my life, until this day, I have put much weight on the opinions of others. I have worried about what they will think of me. I have concerned myself with the impression I am making. I wear a mask because I fear revealing my true self. I smile and nod, but I am not saying what I want to say. I put my neighbor above me. I fear he does not think highly of me. I always hope my wages measure up to his, or better, exceed his. But he is not better than I, or I than him. I must stop concerning myself with my neighbor's opinion. I must stop concerning myself with my neighbor's wages. Too many times I have seen the success of my neighbor and became discouraged. Too many times I have seen his business grow, while my own endeavors have only added to my debt receipts. Through gritted teeth, I applauded for him while I was rotting inside with envy. I will avoid gossip. I will run from rumors. I will not spend my time peeking through my fence to see what my neighbor does with his time while mine is ticking away. I will not become discouraged when my neighbor succeeds. Instead, I will put into action my own plans of success. I will not concern myself with my neighbor's wages. Rimson placed the tablet on the balcony. The sun beat down on it, beginning to dry the thin edges. He had 3 now, 3 tablets to guide his thinking. The simple act of engraving his thoughts onto the tablets had turned the words into commitment. The physical action of writing the words made them real. They were no longer just ideas. They were real. They were words he was now responsible for uttering. Like a contract, he was bound to them because they would reflect his life, one way or another. A year passed, and Rimson earned new responsibilities at the estate. Under Belshazzar's instructions, he was relieved of his routine tasks and was no longer expected to do the dirty work of shoveling dung from the stalls or dragging sacks of oats and grains between carts and storehouses, as he had been in the first year. Such physical labor was left to the slaves. The old man assigned him to thoroughly examine his accounts and assist his best money-keepers, Doozy and Gibble, with the finances. He wanted them to be free to do what they excelled at, trading, investing, and multiplying his gold. On many occasions, he joined Gibble's caravan on trips out of Babylon. but he still did not receive a wage, though he accepted his responsibilities gladly. It gave him courage to see his friend make purchases of land and goods alike, boldly risking large amounts of gold, reaching the brink of losing it all, only to double it upon their return to the city. In the beginning, Rimson tried to warn his friend of the potential risks, but soon learned to remain silent. He was often too calculated, thinking of all of the things that could go wrong, weighing the purse, and warning Gibble when they were close to running out of funds, or when traders seemed suspicious. But his friend would brush those worries aside and proceed with business as usual. Sometimes they would bargain for vineyards on nothing more than a handshake. Other times they were asked to leave camels as collateral to ensure they returned to the merchant when they received sufficient funds for the goods they purchased. People practiced business in their own unique ways, and Gibble had become a master at reading each man, and then winning him over to do business with him exclusively. At the end of one successful trip, they were headed back to Babylon. Tents were staked, and the men dug a fire pit into the sand to keep the strong winds from blowing it out. The camel boys tended to the animals, hurrying about in the moonlight to complete their duties and leave enough time for rest. Most of the hired men from the caravan huddled against the dune on one side of the large fire, sharing a flask and carrying on in a conversation. Gibble and Rimson sat on the other end. "I don't think they enjoy spending more time with their employer than they have to," Gibble chuckled. "If not for the fire and strong drink, they would have retired to their tents hours ago." "You are wrong, my friend," Rimson replied. "I see the way they shadow you. You teach them everything you know, even when they do not ask. I have learned much myself, although I do not know if I will ever invest with such confidence and profits as you." Gibble half smiled at the compliment, but then his face grew serious. Rimson knew there was something on his mind. His eyebrows furrowed, and he adjusted his turban as he stared at the fire for some time now. "The time is now, Rimson. We are out here in the desert, traveling from city to city, trying our best to profit from our opportunities with every passing hour. People envy us when they see our loaded camels and the magnificent properties we purchase, but most are unwilling to do what we do. The moon is out, the desert is cold, and we are out here awake and alone with our caravan, because we know the value of the time we were given. Everybody wants the rewards and the praise, but nobody wants to give up their comfort. While you and I sit in the cold, far away from home, they are drunk without a care in the world. Tomorrow, when they are marching back to work, they might be jealous of us again. But tonight, they prefer their leisure over our discomfort." Gibble never turned his eyes away from the flames. "The day Belshazzar gave us the opportunity was the day I accepted that my days of leisure and rest would have to wait. Now I only care to make something of myself and accomplish all I can with the time I have been given. This has developed much urgency in me. I am not anxious about getting tricked or cheated on a trade. I do not worry about mistakenly buying unprofitable land. I no longer care about how I look to those who are doing nothing great with their time." Gibble broke a dry branch in two and added the twigs to the fire. "The more time we spend calculating, pondering, and criticizing our mistakes, the more time we lose. I just keep marching to the next opportunity. I just keep moving." He looked at Rimson. "Rimson, I do not have all the time in the world. I cannot come to Belshazzar empty-handed. He has entrusted me with much, and this responsibility frightened me in the beginning, but now I know that had I not taken it on, I would be half the man I am today. I am very grateful to him for that." He stopped himself, glanced at Rimson, and then quickly looked down at the fire. "I am sorry, my friend. I did not intend to say you are half the man I am. I was only comparing myself to who I would have been had I not put to work what was given to me. Oh, do not apologize, Gibble. I have no one to blame but myself. I am at peace with my commitment to Belshazzar. It is more than I deserve, but I am precisely where I need to be," Rimson reassured him. "I have learned many things from the old man. I have much clarity." Rimson paused. "And yet I cannot seem to trust myself. I do not know what lies ahead for me after I have served him. Will he give me more opportunities? Will he let me be a money-keeper again? I do not know. In my mind I understand what I must do, and I desire greatly to succeed. But will I have the courage to act when the time comes? It is hard for me to imagine being as successful as you." "The time is now, Rimson," Gibble repeated. "If you understand that yesterday's door is shut and tomorrow's has not yet been opened, you are only left with today. Do not think. Do. You have been much help to me on this trip, and I am grateful to you. But, my friend, forgive me for saying this. I have noticed you spend very much time calculating and fussing and worrying, but very little trusting." He swirled sand in a pattern with his sandal, and then stomped on a spider scurrying across the sand. "As the wise Hebrew king once said, 'Whoever observes the wind will not sow, and whoever regards the clouds will not reap. In the morning sow your seed, and in the evening do not let your hands be idle, for you do not know which will prosper, this or that, or whether both alike will be good.' The time is now to do everything you can. Try your hand at trading, or purchase a plot of land and rent it to a vine dresser, or find a failing chariot repairer and buy his business. Hire him to work for you. You will take the pressure of handling the business from him, and he can do what he has mastered with gladness in his heart and peace of mind. Perhaps one thing succeeds and the other fails, or perhaps all things you touch turn to gold. But you will never know if you do not try, Rimson. You will never know if you keep worrying and calculating and observing the wind, as the king has written." Rimson sat in silence, absorbing Gibble's words. He was lucky. Like his conversations with Belshazzar, he gained wisdom from his many discussions with Gibble, especially on their long trips. There was no one else he'd rather be around. These men were living. They were making the most of their time and were taking advantage of their precious hours. Although, truthfully, he noticed it was much easier to be around men who were not nearly as ambitious. The stablemen he previously worked with had simple conversations and pointless debates. It required much less thoughtfulness to interact with those who lived sedentary lives. They loved to gather during meal breaks at the stable, topping each other's stories of misery. Someone's wife was nagging, the other had difficult children, and another quarreled with his neighbor. And all conversations eventually led to their usual topics, the lack of money and luck. They preferred everyone around them to be equally miserable. Misery seemed to bond them. It took minimal effort to join in. Life didn't require much of a man who had no ambition. These men were not gaining new skills. They were not learning anything. They came to work in the morning, and they went home just before sundown with little regard to whether or not their master's estate was in order. They were risking nothing to change their luck. Yet they loved to complain. But Gibble and Belshazzar pushed him. He was often forced to make difficult decisions and was rarely in a comfortable environment. It was never easy, but it was a price he was willing to pay. He wanted more from life. The sound of horses neighing floated through the wind and over the crackling fire. It was not unusual for travelers to cross the desert by horse, but never in the night. Rimson's heart thumped in his chest. He knew what was happening before their figures appeared over a dune several 100 yards away. 20 or 30 horsemen, faces concealed by headscarves, suddenly overtook the camp. Chapter 7. The Fourth Tablet. The time is now. The hired help, drunk and confused, scattered every which way into the desert, leaving only Rimson, Gibble, and a few camel boys standing like statues, awaiting their fate in the blowing sand kicked up by the horsemen. The leader of the bandits, disguised in black from head to toe, climbed down from his horse. He adjusted the dagger at his side and approached the fire. "Are you men traveling to or from Babylon?" In an accent Rimson had not heard before, he curiously asked, without demand or threat in his voice. Rimson and Gibble glanced at each other. If they answered they were traveling from Babylon, the bandits would demand their gold. If they were returning, they would be searched for precious goods. Rimson saw several bandits dismount and begin searching the tents, rummaging through the camel packs piled against them. Their dagger blades gleamed in the moonlight as they sliced the burlap open. "Why are you asking if you are going to search everything anyway?" he wanted to shout, but he was frightened and remained silent, waiting for Gibble to respond. "We are coming home from a very unprofitable journey," Gibble answered. "We made bad trades, and we're swindled out of good land. No gold, and not much merchandise. Busy men like you would be interested in." "I did not ask for an account of your inventory," the leader said, his voice muffled by his scarf. "I asked if you men were traveling to or from Babylon." He pointed his dagger south in the direction of Babylon, and then flipped his wrist to point the blade north. "Yes, Babylon is home. We are coming home, as I have said," Gibble answered dryly. He realized there was no use in trying to avoid the inevitable. "Then you know what I am looking for," the man said calmly. He snapped his fingers, and the others immediately dropped the camel packs. Gibble closed his eyes for a moment, and then led the man to the chest in his tent. Just as suddenly as they had appeared, the bandits were gone, taking with them every ounce of Gibble's gold. Rimson could not bring himself to look at Gibble. His friend had not uttered a word since the previous evening. He wanted to say something, anything at all that might break the silence, but he could not find words. What was there to say? They rode along in the blazing sun without speaking a word, the camel boys a few paces behind with the few remaining packs of merchandise. Rimson was powerless to his friend. It was much worse, he thought, to watch Gibble stripped of his painstaking earnings than it would have been to lose it all himself. Gibble had given everything to become who he was now. Over the years, he had sacrificed sleep, comfort, safety, and so much time to change his life. And now everything had been taken from him. He not only lost his hard-earned profits, but the gold he was returning for Belshazzar's investment. Rimson felt like he had swallowed a dry stone that was stuck deep in the pit of his belly. If he had any gold to give, he would gladly have given it all to Gibble. He had never hated being poor more than he did at this moment. But not once had Gibble complained about the hired men who scattered and never returned. Not once did he curse the bandits or blame the heavens. His eyes never left the road. They never glanced to the left or the right. They were locked on the road leading to Babylon. Seeing this, Rimson knew Gibble had only become more determined by this experience. It was the very same expression Gibble had when he first received his 2 talents. The only difference between this day and that, Rimson swore, was that he would not let his friend start over alone. This time, he would stay by his side. This time, he would do whatever was required to help his friend succeed. When they arrived in Babylon, Rimson did not seek out Belshazzar to fill him in on all that had transpired. He would wait, and when Gibble was ready to go to the old man, Rimson would accompany him. He found a quiet place in the garden and lit a lamp. Surrounded by the song of 1,000 chirping crickets, he began to work on his 4th tablet. Tablet number 4. The time is now. The time is now. No day is guaranteed. No life is safe and secure. Every moment is a gift that is here today, but not promised tomorrow. I will begin today. Whatever thing I have dreamed up, I will act this very moment. The door of yesterday has been shut, and the door of tomorrow cannot be opened today. I will not spend my life leaning on yesterday's door in regret, wishing that I had lived differently, because for every moment I spend at the foot of yesterday's door, I am giving up what few precious moments I have today. I will draw upon the memory of yesterday only to assist me in making a better decision today. I will not spend my time knocking on tomorrow's door either. I will not let thoughts of tomorrow distract me from acting on my dreams today. For too long I have stood at tomorrow's door, begging to come in, hoping for a better future, but missing all of today's opportunities. For too long I have forgotten that the moments I dream of in the land of tomorrow will not exist when I arrive if I do not lay their foundation today. Tomorrow is just a product of what I do today. If I say, tomorrow I will be successful, and I passively wait for that day to arrive, I will surely be disappointed in that day. If I can do a thing better tomorrow than I can do it today, I will still do it today, and then better tomorrow. I will not put off my dreams simply because I believe I can do them better later with more experience. Later, I will acquire more skills, but I cannot gain knowledge and skill if I do not start today. Good is not good enough, but it is good enough for right now. I will not wait for perfection. The time is now. I will not avoid taking action simply because I do not feel ready or believe the time is not right. The time will never be just right, and I will never feel ready. I might as well start today. No more will I use the excuse that I am still studying or learning. No more will I put off taking action on my dreams in the name of preparation. No more will I analyze and calculate everything that might go right or wrong, while secretly being afraid of starting because I don't feel ready. The time is now. Fear, discomfort, anxiety, and loneliness may accompany me on my journey, but I will listen to my heart, and my mind will soon follow. I will become the master of my mind. The time is now. That morning, Belshazzar had asked Gibble to meet him in the library to review the trip. The ceiling of Belshazzar's library reached 2 stories high. Dividing the 2 levels was a narrow balcony with a railing that ran along all 4 walls to a staircase in one corner. The balcony was just wide enough for a man to walk around the perimeter of the entire room and access every single tablet in the library's 2nd story. From the tile floor to the wood beams above, boxed shelving was framed into squares, 1 cubit in height and width, and every single slot was filled with clay tablets. Each of the 4 walls had an open-arched doorway. 3 doors led outside to the surrounding courtyard, and 1 led down a long hallway connecting the library to the house. Aside from the columns, doors, and a few shelves displaying ancient artifacts and weaponry, every spare space of the library walls was dedicated to the tablets. There were cushions for lounging on the floor, more chairs and couches spread randomly about the room, and a large oak table with more tablets spread across it. Belshazzar had even brought his beloved garden into the library with flower pots, tall and thin, short and fat, scattered on shelves and tables, vines and flowers wildly growing in every direction and reaching down to the tile. Though Remsen cherished the serenity of the library and the breeze drifting through the open doors, and had relaxed there on a few rare occasions over the years, the room was expected to be left unused by servants. When he wasn't in the garden or traveling, the old man spent every waking moment in the library. Belshazzar reclined in his chair, holding his cane with both hands, and tapping his fingers gently on it as he listened to Gibble recount what transpired in the desert. A servant gently fanned a palm branch over the old man's head. When Gibble had finished, Belshazzar lifted his chin as if to look up at the arched library ceiling, but his eyes were closed. Then a smile slowly spread across his wrinkled face. The first time bandits caught up to me, I was younger and more foolish, perhaps more prideful than you, he said, maintaining a slight smile. You were wise not to argue. It could have cost you your life as well as your gold. He pulled on the collar of his robe to reveal a scar that split his white chest hair, running from his collarbone to the center of his ribcage. I was alone, except for a few helpers, and I was naive, stupid, and in a hurry. When they came upon us in the desert, I was furious. They were taking what I had worked so hard for. I hated anyone who could bring themselves so low in life that they would take what they had not earned. He glanced at Remsen, and Remsen nodded knowingly. He had been worried Belshazzar would not take kindly to their news, and was relieved at the old man's response. Harsh when he needed to be, he was also reasonable and understanding. Belshazzar paused, and then chuckled as he relived the memory. I struck one of the bandits with my staff, and then I bit another as they wrestled me to the ground. He tapped his chest. Fortunately, this did not go deeper, because my days of trading would have ended much sooner. The old man grew serious and nodded his head, while looking at nothing in particular, as if he agreed with the idea suddenly forming in his mind. Gibble and Remsen stood in silence. Do not worry about settling your accounts with me, Gibble, he finally said.
You learned a lesson. Many money keepers are lucky not to have to learn. Sometimes you gain everything, and sometimes you lose it all. But those, like you, who have learned how to acquire gold, possess a skill that many never will. A man who knows how to acquire gold can lose it all, and earn it all back sooner than he had before. You will always have this skill. They can take your gold, but they cannot take your knowledge.
Belshazzar paused and groaned. The servants quickly propped up his back with a pillow, and he sat straighter. He seemed to be in pain and held his breath, letting the moment pass with a sigh before he continued. The bandits will spend their gold soon. There is a good chance their next raid won't be so successful, and perhaps they will even lose their lives for it. Many traders these days are better prepared and able to defend themselves, but unlike them, you will always be the master of your destiny, as long as you possess the skills and willpower to recreate your success, as many times as life may knock you down. You cannot put a price on that kind of resilience. Gibble and Rimson both nodded. I will give you 2 more talents, the old man said, pointing at Gibble, because I know you are capable and have a great future ahead of you. You will learn from this minor setback and become more prosperous than you were before. I trust you will. But just as Gibble began to thank the old man, Rimson interrupted him. Master, may I speak? Belshazzar and Gibble looked at Rimson and waited. Rimson straightened his back and inhaled deeply. Master, 2 talents will not be enough. Would you be willing to entrust Gibble with 4 or 5? Belshazzar's eyebrows shot up with surprise, and he turned to Gibble, waiting for Gibble to chime in. Rimson knew he thought the 2 of them had conspired to ask for more gold, but Gibble's expression was just as surprised as the old man. You are asking for these 4 or 5 talents, so that you can divide the gold between the 2 of you, no? Are you ready to try your hand at money-keeping already? The 2 years we agreed upon will be up soon, but that time has not arrived. Or have I miscounted a few days in my old age? No, master, you haven't miscounted, Rimson replied. I am still indebted to you, and I will serve you to the very last day as we agreed. I do not ask for a share of the talents for myself. I only ask that you hear and consider my request. Rimson placed his hand on Gibble's shoulder and continued, speaking slowly and choosing his words carefully. I was with Gibble on this most recent and unfortunate journey, but it only turned unfavorable for him on the journey back through the desert. Before we were robbed, he had his most profitable expedition yet. I will give full account to you if you desire to know all the trades and purchases we made. I kept a detailed record. Before the bandits had taken everything from us, the only thing that kept him from being more profitable was that he had expended all of our funds. Had we more to invest, there is no telling what Gibble would have returned to you on your investment. Rimson took a deep breath and clasped his hands together. He had surprised himself with the passion of his appeal, but knew this was an opportunity that could not be missed. Should you consider my request, he continued, I will assist Gibble at once to put the talents to work. but I will not profit from a single shekel of it. I know that my word means nothing, but Gibbel's success and loyalty to you over these years is more evidence of his character than any man can claim with words. I hope you consider this for the sake of your good and faithful servant Gibbel."
Rimson put his hands behind his back and gripped his fingers tightly. He held his breath as he waited for the old man's response and stole a glance at Gibbel, whose eyes were firmly trained on his own feet. "If I did not know better, I would guess you two are brothers, the way you contend for each other. This is admirable." Belshazzar rubbed his beard. "And what if again you face misfortune in the desert? Will I then lose another 5 talents in addition to the 2?
"I will work for you until every shekel is paid back," Rimson blurted.
Belshazzar began to laugh. Rimson felt Gibbel's stare, which he purposely avoided, and waited for the old man's response. "Only because you know I don't have much longer to live do you make this promise." The old man continued to chuckle. "But I accept your offer." He nodded. "Very bold. You are quick to put your newest tablet to practice." "Indeed." He nodded again as he stared past the open doorway into the courtyard. "Perhaps the time is now." Rimson guessed Belshazzar had seen the 4th tablet he inscribed. Later that night, on Gibbel's roof, the two sat in silence. Gibbel shifted his feet and fidgeted with his hair. He was holding something back, and Rimson had noticed, but he hesitated to prod at his friend. Perhaps Gibbel was not ready to take on such responsibility. Perhaps he had made a mistake, asking Belshazzar for more gold. After some time, Gibbel exhaled deeply. "I was determined to earn back every shekel we lost in the desert, but truthfully, I felt defeated, Rimson. I did not know how I would begin again. I would not have guessed in 1,000 lifetimes that the old man would respond so generously. I know him to be a reasonable man, but he is also a harsh man when he is not pleased." He exhaled again, releasing the tension in his shoulders. "I had forgotten what it feels like to have nothing. I had become accustomed to the weight of gold in my purse. I was proud and gained confidence in what I had accomplished. And then suddenly, in one unfortunate turn of events, I lost all my gold and the boldness that came with possessing it. I felt like I was no longer a man." Rimson listened intently. Gibbel had not shown a hint of defeat in the way he'd carried himself these last few days. But it was apparent now he had been bearing the weight of it. He waited for Gibbel to continue. As he did, his friend's green eyes filled with tears. He looked away and wiped them. His voice broke, and he cleared his throat. "I had never imagined what you must have been going through all this time, my friend. How you must have felt the night Belshazzar stripped you of your talent in front of a multitude of people." Rimson bit his upper lip with his teeth to keep his own tears from coming. He was touched deeply by Gibbel's words. He hadn't considered the idea that his friend ever thought about what Rimson had carried in his heart these last few years. His eyes wandered into the distance, past the walls of Babylon.
He tried to find the words that could describe the feeling of being worthless. Perhaps he could tell Gibble of all the times he walked into a servants' meeting at the estate to be met with whispers and stares, or all the times he walked past a marketplace and was reminded of his empty purse, or every time he had to step aside as noblemen rolled by on chariots, while he waved away their dust from his face, knowing they likely saw him as an ordinary peasant, if they saw him at all. Perhaps he could tell his friend about what it felt like never to catch the eye of a woman. They always seemed to look past the ragged, sweat-covered Rimson. Of course, Gibble understood all of those things because he'd experienced them too. However, to be known as a lazy and unprofitable fool, and to carry that name year after year while those around him seemed to be finding success, he could not describe this. There were no words that could paint the picture of such loneliness. He was determined not to wallow in self-pity. He'd kept his thoughts to himself and had only been interested in learning from Belshazzar, watching Gibble make trades, and inscribing the tablets, and then reading them over and over. This had kept his mind off all he lacked. There was no time any more to worry about impressing noblemen, or going into debt buying expensive imported robes to impress uninterested women, or to care what anyone thought of him when he entered a room. Chapter 8. The Fifth Tablet. To those who have, much more will be given. From those who have not, what little they have will be taken from them. For months, Gibble and Rimson painstakingly combed the streets of Babylon, knocking on doors. From the larger homes on the hilltop to smaller homes squeezed between stables and bazaars in the narrow streets, they called upon every available property owner they could find. With 5 talents of gold, Belshazzar had suggested, why not find some lots and increase their value? I would never have spent so many years away from home if I had done this myself in my youth. You two have opportunities I did not. 5 talents are more than enough gold to secure a not-so-modest inventory of homes. With a bit of labor and attention to any house or plot of land, you can increase its value and attract higher-paying renters and willing buyers. Babylon is only increasing in its population. Every day newcomers are submitting requests for citizenship. The old man's face had sagged, and he slumped over on his chair, letting out a sigh. He stared at the floor and hesitated before he spoke again. Perhaps you two stay in the city and try your hands in this. Remain near me. Only God knows how many days I have left. With no one at my side, I am most often alone. But it is your gold. Do not let me bind you two for my own selfish needs. He then quickly waved them out of the library. Rimson knew nothing about the enterprise, so he relied on Gibble, who had purchased and sold land before. In whichever way his friend needed help, Rimson would be there to assist. There was nothing Gibble could not do if his mind was set upon accomplishing it, which gave him assurance. They followed the old man's advice and found they had much better luck with small homes deeper into the city. Thus began their work. Gibble purchased the debt from families who were behind on their payments. He bartered with old landlords eager to rid themselves of their inventory and retire, and he made agreements to build homes for newcomers settling in the city on plots he had already purchased. In houses that were clean and well cared for, Gibble permitted the families to stay as tenants. When he bought dilapidated and poorly managed homes, he evicted the residents. Under Gibble's supervision, Rimson hired builders to construct additional stories on top of existing houses. They added outdoor staircases and filled the upper rooms with tenants, doubling their monthly income with each home. He hired bricklayers and artisans to bolster sinking roofs, leaning brick walls, or rotten door frames. Early on, he felt foolish when he could not answer simple questions from his builders. He feared they would lose respect for him and not take him seriously for his inexperience. In these cases, he called on Gibble for assistance, but over time, he learned much and gained confidence. To each, according to his abilities. He would repeat the words in his head over and over again whenever he felt uncomfortable doing something for the first time. If I desire more, I must become more. If I expect to earn more, I must become more valuable. It seemed Gibble purposely left him to make arrangements with the brickmakers or the woodworkers. When merchants occasionally cheated him on an order of material, Gibble would send him back to confront them. Rimson hated these disputes, but soon became comfortable speaking up when he felt he was being mistreated. He realized Gibble was allowing him to step into his role, and it forced him to adapt quickly. They were building a strong reputation, and merchants wanted to do business with them. The treacherous journeys across the dangerous desert with its burning sand and hundreds of ways to die were a thing of the past. Their enterprise prospered, and Belshazzar's 5 talents tripled in a year's time. Rimson concluded his time owed to the old man according to their agreement, and entered into a new contract with him. He and Gibble were Belshazzar's most flourishing money keepers. Though they made much gold for the old man, there was very little left over for them to live on. Of course, they wanted to settle their accounts with him before they took income for themselves. When the man's gold was finally returned with profits, the two were able to benefit from their work, much later than they had hoped, but now they were no longer living on borrowed money. They were free from debt and began to put their own gold to work. Thus began their true enterprise. Rimson reclined at Belshazzar's side on the balcony, watching the preparations for the feast in the courtyard below. Under the shade of a canopy, the old man rested his feet on a stool in front of him and leaned back in his favorite reed-woven chair. Belshazzar was weak and moved slowly now, but he barked with frustration when Rimson asked him for the 3rd time how he was doing. He was weak and moved slowly now. Rimson feared he would not handle the peak of this searing tropical heat. Rimson studied his beloved mentor. The skin beneath his closed eyes sagged and folded into 1,000 wrinkles spreading down the rest of his face, finally disappearing into his beard. His bushy white brows stuck out in every direction. He clutched for a clay jar of cool water in his hands, which he occasionally lifted for a sip with leathery hands that were withered, scarred, and sprinkled with dark patches. Skin stretched around veins and bones. Rimson then glanced at his own, which were dark, ashy, calloused, and muscular. The only difference, he thought, between his hands and the old man's was time. Someday
His would look that way. Some day he too would be meek and frail and drained of energy. Some day he would be nearing the end of his time. He hated the thought. Belshazzar placed one shaky hand over Rimson's, interrupting his musings. "Rimson, where are your tablets?" he asked. "They are in my quarters, master," Rimson answered, puzzled as to why the old man suddenly was interested in them. "Bring them to me," the old man responded, closing his eyes again. He did not explain. Rimson fetched the 4 tablets and placed them on the short wooden table between their chairs. The dry red clay was chipped in several corners from the constant handling over time and loose dust. He had organized them near his door on a shelf so he could stop to read them one at a time before he left for a day's work. "Read them to me, Rimson," the old man said quietly, and leaned his head against the headrest. Rimson cleared his throat and began to recite the tablets, almost from memory. He traced the words with his finger down the clay, line by line. The old man listened, sometimes raising his eyebrows, occasionally nodding his head. When Rimson had finished reading the 4th tablet aloud, the old man raised his hand with a finger pointed to the sky. "You're missing one," he said, grinning. "Do you remember what I said to you that day when I came back from my trip?" Rimson shook his head from side to side. The old man opened his eyes and stared at the hills behind his estate, recalling his exact words. "All of my servants who have much will be entrusted with more. They will have abundance, and will never thirst, or hunger, or want. But from those who have nothing, even what they have shall be taken away." His voice was shaky. Rimson listened intently to catch every word. He looked at Rimson and wagged a bony finger. "Have you ever noticed, Rimson, how those who have very little in life, and choose to remain that way, for the most part, seem to be a certain kind of people? Have you ever noticed how they think, how they talk, how they act?" Belshazzar did not wait for Rimson to respond. "I used to spend much time trying to understand people, trying to understand their behavior, trying to understand their motivation, why some do and some do not, why some have and some do not, why some progress and some do not, why some grow and some do not, and I used to try and sort them all out. I used to try and help those less successful than I to see things differently, to see opportunities everywhere as I was seeing them." He shook his head and then took a moment to regain his strength. "And now I do not. Now I let things be the way they are. And I only interest myself in people who desire to help themselves first. I do not lose sleep over those who have little and choose to remain that way. Though I am an old man, I sleep like a child. I feel no guilt for their misfortune. Now I see that liars lie, and cheaters cheat, and mockers mock, and sleepers sleep, and the laughers laugh, and the perplexed remain perplexed, and the fearful choose to remain in fear. They will always be among us. Those who have little continue to lose even what little they have, and cannot possibly understand why. But those who desire more from life continue to increase in enthusiasm, understanding, wisdom, and wealth. They seem to attract opportunities. Things happen to them. They stumble into good fortune seemingly by chance, and their value continues to increase. They don't spend time mocking or criticizing the journey of others because they understand what it takes to achieve extraordinary things.
Rimson intertwined his fingers and leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. This puzzled him. Did not everyone want to be successful in life, in one way or another? Why did some people desire to get the most from life, and some simply accepted things as they were? Why did some people have to be dragged along by others to achieve a desired goal, and others could not be kept away from it? Why did some people have a fight in them, a hope for a better future, and faith that things would always get better? And some people ran into the very same problems, time and time again, never finding good fortune. If it wasn't one thing, it was another. It seemed as if people expected problems to occur, and when they had none, they created them out of nothing. Perhaps just having something to complain about and something to talk about gave them a sense of worth.
I used to say, Belshazzar continued, liars shouldn't lie, cheaters shouldn't cheat, mockers shouldn't mock. What right did they have? But now I realize how naive I was to think this way. Of course, liars will lie. That's why we call them liars. Men choose their path, and it is not up to us to set them straight. You and I are only responsible for helping those who desire help. Sometimes a man will say to me, "Why does misfortune always seem to find me?" And my response is always the same. I do not know, but as far as I can tell, those kinds of things seem to always happen to men like you.
Rimson smirked and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Perhaps the world would be much simpler if he did not try to understand everything about people. Belshazzar was right. Whenever people asked for help or guidance, they would often first tell a long story that justified their misfortune. Most people weren't looking for help or guidance, but for an opportunity to blame, complain, and gain the sympathy of a listening ear. He concluded that it is impossible to give guidance or advice to a man who seeks it but has no desire to change. The old man took a sip of water and began to cough. Rimson grabbed the cup and patted his back to help clear his lungs, though his light taps on the man's bony back were more to comfort him than to provide any real assistance. He was afraid he would break the man's frail spine. Belshazzar waved him away. He slowly wiped his mouth with his sleeve and sat up, leaning his arms on his cane and resting his chin on his arms. To those who have, much more will be given.
from those who have not. What little they have will be taken from them, he muttered. Perhaps another tablet for your collection, he said, glancing at Rimson.
Rimson agreed. Master, the good fortune I have encountered over these recent years came only after I agreed to the opportunities you presented. Whenever I was full of doubt and hesitated, I was met almost instantly with misfortune. Perhaps some men have developed a knack for seeing an opportunity and finding the courage to follow through on it, and some would not notice if a talent of gold was placed in their lap.
Rimson shook his head at the memory.
Precisely, said the old man with a smile that revealed his yellowed teeth. I see you are comfortable with a little teasing. That is very good indeed, he said. It is certainly much easier to laugh about past mistakes when you are no longer making them. Some people do not have that luxury because they are still the same people today as many years ago. Them I do not envy.
Belshazzar exhaled. The sun had moved, and the balcony was entirely in the shade now. A gentle breeze swept over the estate, and the cooler air seemed to revitalize the old man. Some men say that if they would have all the gold in the world, they would never work again. And that is precisely why our good and faithful Creator sees to it that they don't ever get a single mina of it. A man who wishes to have gold simply so he can get fat, relax, and indulge is foolish. Gold will always grow legs and run from the man who wants it without giving or providing something in return for it. The man who is forming into his couch a shape of his backside because of how often he sits on it. This is a man who has not understood that he will soon lose what little he already possesses. He thinks a little rest here and a little relaxing there can bring no harm. But with every grain of sand that falls through the hourglass of his time, his bones decay, and his purse empties, and his mind, which was once sharp and alive in his youth, turns to sleep. Belshazzar patted Rimson's knee and slowly stood to his feet. To those who have, much more will be given. From those who have not, what little they have will be taken from them. With that, the old man reached for Rimson's elbow and held on to it as they cautiously walked down a flight of steps and headed for the library. Later, Rimson made the 5th tablet and began to carve. Tablet number 5. To those who have, much more will be given. From those who have not, what little they have will be taken from them. When I invest my gold rather than spending it on foolish things, my wealth increases, and I gain more gold with which I can invest. When I spend what little I have on foolish things, I sink further into debt. I become a slave for my master and experience poverty at life's first unexpected misfortune. When I expand into the world and enrich the lives of others, my sense of purpose increases. But when I shrink into myself and become the center of my world, I further lose meaning. When I seek joy in life's little things,
I become full of joy in many things. When my thoughts linger on troubles, my heart becomes distressed, and I can find joy in no things. I will set my thoughts upon positive things, and my heart will increase in happiness. I will banish all thoughts of destructive things, lest my heart become starved of its joy. When I think upon life's mysteries and study new things, my mind increases in wisdom and health. When I dwell on my past, my worries, and my troubles, my mind becomes cloudy and diseased. When I fill my time with purposeless entertainments, my mind cannot expand. But when I surround myself with meaningful conversation, my mind is discovering new things. When I act on one new opportunity, I discover 5 more opportunities along the way that I had been blind to. When I hesitate, good fortune disguises itself from me. I can wish and hope for things to be different. I can shout that life is unfair. But life can give me more only when I have become more. Should I squander my finances, ignore my health, and put things off for tomorrow, I will lose even what little I possess. The intelligent keep learning. The wealthy keep earning. The spiritual keep praying. The healthy remain active. The wise keep meditating. The happy keep smiling. And the grateful keep saying, "Thank you." And the unwise keep drifting. The poor keep spending. The faithless keep losing hope. The gluttons keep indulging. The foolish keep stumbling. The sad keep crying. And the ungrateful become hateful. For too long I asked myself why the unwise would not simply study the intelligent, why the poor would not simply learn from the wealthy, why the faithless would not simply pray like the spiritual. Life's mysterious principle continues to prove that to those who have, much more will be given. From those who have not, what little they have will be taken from them. The day of the feast, Rimson trotted down a flight of marble steps from his room and headed through the house to the library. He expected to find the old man in his favorite chair, and wanted him to look over his latest tablet, on which he'd inscribed the suggested addition. He walked through the arched door, and his heart sank. Several physicians stood near the old man's chair, murmuring, while grim-faced maids fussed about the library, moving chairs and propping doors open, doing nothing in particular, but trying hard to help nonetheless. A white cloth covered Belshazzar's motionless body. Chapter 9. Belshazzar's Last Letter. Rimson's throat was suddenly dry, developing a lump he could not swallow away. He approached the old man's body. One of his bony hands was hanging down from the side of the chair. Rimson knelt, took Belshazzar's still warm hand into his own, and held it. He could not bear to watch the physicians removing the old man's body, and rushed out of the library just as the house steward handed him a letter. He found a place in the shade behind the library, where no one else would see him, and sat on the tile patio with his back against the building. For a long while he held the thin leather scroll and did not unroll it. He sat and stared at his sandaled feet, his mind replaying all that had transpired over the last few years. Belshazzar had become everything to him. Despite their unpleasant early history, the old man had brought Rimson under his wing. He saw to it that his once worthless servant had an opportunity to redeem himself and make something of his life. The old man taught him principles that would forever shape his future. In treating him like a son, Rimson had grown to love Belshazzar like a father. Rimson fiddled with the letter for a few moments, and then carefully unrolled it. For the profitable servant, you have reminded me that I can still learn a thing or two, even in my old age. Had I understood it sooner, I may have given a few more poor souls a second chance. Perhaps I would not have been so harsh with the many that came and went from under my roof. And yet, perhaps God saw to it that my final lesson in this life was to learn that we men of great dreams and expectations should not place limitations on those less determined than us, lest they live out the curses we speak over them, and become too fearful ever to try it again. For this I thank you. However, it is not His will for me to put this new lesson to practice. This is your race to run. I was only lucky enough to be a part of God's bigger plan for your life. Be gracious, Rimson, in your success as you grow in wisdom, wealth, and prominence. Lend a helping hand, and perhaps you can salvage the many wandering souls I once looked past. Leave the mockers mocking, leave the laughers laughing, and leave the scoffers scoffing. But should you find one that knocks, one that seeks, one that asks, that man you must help. Had I another chance to do this all over again, I would see to it that every lost and wandering man be given a fair opportunity to reclaim this most precious gift of life, if they desired to. 'Tis not up to you and me to count the chances they have received, only to give them one more. With the principles you have recorded, you can help people unearth what they have buried. Perhaps you will become the world's most significant gold miner. I am afraid my time has come. In my dream, I saw the final grain of sand pass through the hourglass of my life. You still have much sand. Do not let one day pass in which you have not put forth an effort to help a neighbor, and soon any door you desire to enter will be opened for you. Life is a hallway of many doors, and the ones you knock on tend to be yours. Imagine what you can discover if you just knock on a few more. Belshazzar. Rimson pressed the letter to his forehead, and the tears he had held back all morning flowed down his face. His shoulders shook as he silently sobbed behind the library. He'd called on him to be a gold miner, but Rimson knew it was not gold Belshazzar wanted him to help people find. It was their buried dreams, something much more valuable than money. The once intimidating and wealthy old man wanted Rimson to become a miner for men's lives, to help them salvage their time, to help men recover what they had once buried. And who else could take on such a task other than the servant who had once buried his own? The bald man from the auditorium was standing in Belshazzar's home atrium when Rimson came down the steps. Rimson had been busy for weeks, helping the house steward tend to the old man's affairs. They were selling off inventory and making a record of all Belshazzar possessed. They tracked down those indebted to the old man and settled accounts. They sold chariots and animals, massive stocks of wine and grain, robes and jewelry, and the deeds to many plots of land. Rimson and Gibble had first rights at purchasing these, and they did. At Belshazzar's written request several months prior,
The estate and all he possessed were to be sold immediately upon his death. The gold was to be divided among his servants and Babylon's many orphanages. Zursin reached out and embraced Rimson tightly. They remained this way for several moments, and then the bald man pulled back and studied Rimson, still holding him by the shoulders with his strong arms.
"How good it is to see family," he thundered. "I guessed, since you were with him last, I could perhaps get a fragrance of his spirit on you."
Rimson lowered his head. "I wish I had been, my friend. I was with him the evening before, but in the morning he was gone."
"No matter," Zursin replied. "He spoke highly of you, Rimson, and said you reminded him of himself in his youth. He told me of your not-so-pleasant encounter with him when you first came to be one of his money-keepers. But only fools judge a man by his past. I do not think any less of you. On the contrary, I am curious. He told me all about your tablets, and how you have been committed to turning your life around. And that is what is of most importance. I hear of your good fortune as a landlord. You inspire many."
Rimson nodded his head and smiled. It pleased him to know the old man had spoken kindly of him. The bald man released his grip on Rimson's shoulders and scratched his scalp.
"Your tablets are precisely why I have called upon you this solemn day. Can we sit down and discuss an important matter?"
Now Rimson was the curious one. What would the man want with his tablets? He led Zursin to the library, where he cleared several stacks of tablets from one side of the oak table. This is where he and the house steward had organized scrolls and tablets and spent most of their time over the last few weeks. Rimson and the bald man each took a seat on opposite sides of the table. Rimson spoke first. "My tablets are merely a few thoughts I recorded so that I may be reminded of what I learned from Belshazzar and Gibel. I am curious to know what importance they have to you."
"That is exactly why they are valuable to me," Zursin smiled,
his thin mustache spreading wide across his face. His jawline was shaved close to the skin, leaving only the perfectly trimmed mustache and a long braided beard extending from his chin. He wore a ring in his ear and one in his nose. It was not an uncommon fashion in Babylon, but not one Rimson cared for. Perhaps he was an Egyptian immigrant.
"I think you may have inspired the old man once again in his late days," Zursin continued. "The last time we shared a meal, he said that if you, a failure with so little knowledge, confidence, and experience, could turn your life around, then maybe many more common and unprofitable men could do so, too. I was skeptical, so I wanted to come and see for myself."
He paused, and his eyes wandered around the room for a moment.
"Belshazzar believed you may have a special gift. He said you have a way to turn life's most precious principles into words the common man can grasp. And with your story, and the gold you buried—"
Rimson winced. No matter how long it had been and how much he had changed, it was still embarrassing to realize how many people had heard of his infamous decision.
"Oh, do not be ashamed," Zursin said when he noticed Rimson's fiddling fingers. "It's a story they may find themselves in. The old man and I have been putting together our events for many years. I would like to invite you to give a speech at my next assembly at the auditorium. I believe you may help those in attendance. For you, it was a physical satchel of gold. For them, they may have buried their purpose, their dreams, and their potential. As Belshazzar so wonderfully worded it, perhaps you can become a gold miner."
Rimson was not sure he could handle this proposition, which suddenly felt overwhelming. He was the money-keeper, the servant who buried his talent, and he and Gibble had only recently begun to earn a considerable income from their investments. But then he thought of the tablets and how they had transformed his thoughts. And in the letter, the old man's greatest regret was not giving more opportunities to the common man. He owed it to Belshazzar. "Please take a look at the tablets first, Zursen," he said. "If you believe the principles could help others, I will accept your invitation. Though, if I may be honest, I am frightened by the idea of speaking in front of such a great assembly of people."
"Of course. It is frightening," Zursen chuckled. "As children, we are taught to hush up, to sit down, to listen and not speak, and to be seen but not heard. Within a few short years we have learned that we do not have anything important to offer the world, that our ideas may be trivial, and that we should be careful not to share them, lest we make fools of ourselves. As adults, we further confirm these fears by cutting each other down any time someone has a dream that does not fit our limited minds. But should we let that stop us?" He leaned forward and tapped his finger on the table. "This is the sole purpose of why I began to gather an assembly of city men in the first place. Belshazzar believed Babylon was the first city to put all men on equal ground economically, as long as they learned to take advantage of all the opportunities it provided. I was more doubtful. I was busy filling my own purse. For him, as harsh as he pretended to be, his heart ached for life's drifters, but he ran out of time. He always feared he was not doing enough to give back to the world in proportion to what he had been given, which troubled him. You experienced his wrath. You saw how much he hated men who were wasting their lives. You and I do not have the luxury to explore our fears and worries of others' opinions. We owe our lives to the man. I will examine your tablets only because I am curious, but my invitation remains." Zursen waited. Rimson gazed past the doorway to the courtyard outside. He wondered how many more men were out there like him, perhaps in the same place he was in, desperate and hopeless. Men still holding on to their dreams, but setting them aside to feed their family and children or repay the debt that kept them imprisoned to their master. How many others were out there in the great city who had buried their dreams and fallen victim to their circumstances and fears as time passed? And how many of them were one helping hand away, one idea away, or one inspiring conversation away from deciding to salvage their lives? How many common men were, in reality, uncommon? He had received a second chance. He had to provide one for others. He had to become the gold miner. There was no way he could not do that for the old man who had given him everything. He inhaled deeply and sat up. "I accept your invitation, Zursen. I will share the 5 principles if you believe they might inspire people." "Good!" Zursen exclaimed. "I am pleased to hear this."
Rimson smiled nervously, dreading the thought of walking up to the podium. And then suddenly, amid his worry about himself, a face came to his mind. Abu Wakar's sunburnt face. What if he invited Abu to the assembly? With Belshazzar's death, Abu Wakar was no longer legally bound to their agreement. He could come back to Babylon. That is, if he wanted to. Rimson would find out. Belshazzar believed any man could change just as long as he desired to. So Abu would be a perfect place to start Rimson's new assignment. And something told him that Belshazzar would approve. The messenger took Rimson's invitation and set out for the canyons. Rimson went to work on his speech for the day of the assembly. He grew tense when he thought of speaking to such a grand auditorium full of people, but the task at hand was more significant than his fear. He had to believe it was. He hoped it was. Whenever he became anxious at the approaching day, he tried to remember how much he would have benefited from principles when he was overcome by fear and doubt. There would be men in attendance who were burying their talents every day, men who had given up hope, men who admired the skills and talents of others but couldn't see their own. For them, Rimson would face his fears. He did not need to try and impress them with intellectual words or fancy ideas. All he needed to do was share his story. All he could do was invite Abu. After that, it was up to him to choose his future. Chapter 10. The 5 Tablets for Success. On the night of the gathering, Gibble did not stop gushing words of praise for his friend the entire walk to the auditorium. As they got closer, Rimson invited Gibble to take his place at the podium since he was so enthusiastic, and Gibble laughed at his anxious friend's attempt to avoid his obligation. "What is the matter? Are you afraid of boring your audience to sleep?" Gibble teased Rimson, who did not find the humor in it. He ached in the pit of his stomach, and his hands were already trembling. When they arrived at the auditorium, Zursen introduced Rimson to one official after another. He met successful tradespeople, merchants from other countries, and even a few of the king's generals. All of them had been friends of Belshazzar, and had come to see his beloved servant. The excitement of it all only made Rimson more afraid. He immediately forgot all the names and faces. He just kept looking over his shoulder to watch the auditorium seats filling. They walked towards the stage, and he glanced at the spot where he'd stood and watched Belshazzar speak just a year ago. He wished he was standing there now. He did not belong here. Belshazzar had spoken from this stage as a man who lived a long and prosperous life. Rimson had just begun his journey. He had only recently experienced good fortune with his and Gibble's enterprise. He knew he had made a terrible mistake accepting Zursen's invitation. He ducked behind a curtain at the edge of the stage and took a seat on a stool in the dark room. He closed his eyes and hung his head, breathing deeply. He imagined Belshazzar's old and wrinkled face and wished the man was with him now. He felt his throat tightening and tears burning his eyes. The expectations and pressure weighed heavily, and he slumped even more, feeling small and out of place. If the old man had been at his side this very moment, what would he have said? He certainly would not accept Rimson's fretting. Belshazzar would show very little interest in these excuses and fears. For to everyone who has will more be given, and he will have an abundance. But from him who has nothing, even what he has will be taken away. That is what the old man would likely say to his defeated servant, huddled alone in the dark corner of the world's most extraordinary auditorium. Belshazzar would not entertain Rimson's despair. He would remind Rimson that only those willing to step into their fears and pursue great things could become extraordinary. And those who gave in to their fears would be further driven to misery. He would say that no one can do extraordinary things by accident. That is what this very moment, this sheer anxiousness, this very dread that had overcome his body, stepping through this was what separated the uncommon man from the common, the extraordinary from the ordinary, and the successes from the failures. Rimson could almost hear the old man's firm voice lecturing him at that moment. He smiled. Belshazzar's wisdom had changed him. He had only to imagine what the old man might say, and suddenly he knew what to do. He sat up and wiped his eyes carefully to avoid any redness. Of course, it should be him on that podium. Of course, this is the way it was supposed to be. Who else would be more qualified than Rimson to speak on the journey from obscurity to prominence? Of course, he would have to face this moment if he expected to change people's lives. Of course, he would have to leave behind safety and comfort if he was to become the gold miner Belshazzar asked him to be. He knew men were gathering in the room who were at the end of their rope, as hopeless and desperate as he had been. Men who had next to nothing would continue to lose even what little they had if he chose not to walk out to the podium.
"Ah, there you are!"
Zursen swung the curtain to the side.
"I thought you had gone, and was worried I would have to tell the audience they had gathered for nothing."
He clapped Rimson on the back and strode out to the podium. It was apparent why Belshazzar had asked him to organize these assemblies. The bald man's charisma brought the audience to the edge of their seats. When he exclaimed, "Prepare to meet the man who is fulfilling Belshazzar's final assignment," they began whispering excitedly to one another. Everyone was ready to hear from the man who was once a failure, who buried his talent, lost it all, and yet managed to succeed. They were eager to hear from the man who accompanied the great Belshazzar in his final days. Rimson quickly walked up to the podium and stacked his tablets on top of each other as the applause settled. He wondered if the audience could hear his thunderous heartbeat. He adjusted the fancy white robe Zursen had insisted he wear. It was so loose he had to constantly pull back the sleeves when shaking hands with the bald man's friends earlier. Now he felt foolish in it, and wished he had worn his own familiar robe, no matter how informal it had been. He looked up and saw how short the distance was between him and the crowd. Surely they could see the sweat forming on his brows and his shaky hands. Every eye followed him as he scanned the room, briefly forgetting the opening words he had rehearsed over and over again. He swallowed hard and cleared his throat, and as he spoke, he heard his shaky voice echo through the great hall. "There once was a master who was going away on a long journey. Before he left, he called his servants and entrusted his gold to them. To one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, and to another 1, to each man according to his ability." His voice strengthened as he spoke. "He who had received the 5 talents went to the markets and traded with them, and earned another 5 talents. He who had received 2 talents also gained another 2. But he who had received 1 dug a hole in the ground and hid his master's money." Rimson paused for a moment as a wave of emotion swept over him and cleared his throat. He was reliving his story as he shared it. The auditorium was silent. No one moved. Every eye was trained on the curly-haired man in the oversized formal robe. He continued, "After a long time, the master of those servants returned and settled accounts with them. He who had received 5 talents came and said, 'Master, you entrusted me with 5 talents. Look, I have gained 5 talents more.' His master said to him, 'Well done, you good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Enter the joy of your master.' He who had received 2 talents also came and said, 'Master, you entrusted me with 2 talents. See, I have gained 2 more talents besides them.' His master said to him, Well done, you good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Enter the joy of your master." Then he who had received the 1 talent came and said, "Master, I knew that you are a harsh man, reaping where you did not sow, and gathering where you did not scatter. So I was afraid, and went and hid your talent in the ground. Here you have what is yours, 1 talent. Rimson paused and looked out over the spellbound audience. He could see every man listening with anticipation. He knew at that moment each of them was finding himself in the parable. Perhaps they were asking themselves if they were somehow the servant with 1 talent, wondering how the parable would end. That was the power of a story. Except to Rimson, it wasn't just a parable. He had lived it. He raised his voice and slapped his hand on the podium. "And then the master answered, 'You wicked and slothful servant! You knew that I reap where I have not sown, and gather where I have not scattered. Then you ought to have given my money to the bankers, and when I returned, I should have received what was my own with interest. Take the talent from him, and give it to him who has 10 talents. Rimson's voice cracked, and this time he could not simply wait for the moment to pass, as he had done a few short moments ago. He attempted a smile to conceal his emotion, but the tears flowed as he bowed his head. The harder he gripped the sides of the marble podium, the more his face scrunched and reddened. His tears dripped onto the tablets as he tried to stifle his sobs. "For to everyone," he tried to speak, but immediately stopped himself again. One long moment after another, he stood in front of the great audience with his head still down. Even the birds in the beams high above stopped chirping, making the long moment feel longer. The sound of the uncomfortable shifting ricocheted throughout the auditorium. Finally, one person began to clap, and everyone in attendance quickly joined, desperate to end the unbearable silence. Rimson began nodding with his head still down, and after a moment he took a deep breath and looked up. He forced an embarrassed smile, giving a quick wave of his hand in appreciation for their gesture. He glanced to his left, where Zorson sat near a doorway, and saw the bald man nod, letting him know to take his time. The emotion had risen all at once. The great anxiety of this moment, the memory of his biggest failure, and the death of the old man whom he had grown to respect and love, had been simmering inside of him. For weeks he had purposely kept himself busy and refused to think about Belshazzar's death. But now it was all dripping out of him and onto the podium and floor. He let it all out until suddenly there was no more. No more pain, no more regret, and no more anxiety. All that was left was calm and a sense of purpose like he had never felt before. When the applause settled, he continued. This time his voice was clear and vibrated through the room. "For to everyone who has, will more be given, and he will have an abundance. But from him who has nothing, even what he has will be taken away. And the slothful servants will be thrown into the outer darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth." He locked eyes with one man after another as he skimmed the room before he asked the questions. "My friends, what have you been entrusted with? What have you buried? Not one of us upon our birth received gold, but haven't we each received the gift of life, which is more precious than gold? Do we not have breath in our lungs, and a heart beating in our chests, and a mind that can create ideas out of thin air? bringing to life anything we dream of? Do we not have feet to travel and hands with which we can create an auditorium such as this and perform in it? And still so many wander aimlessly, working hard on nothing in particular, dreaming but not doing, wishing life was better, but taking no risks and making no investments that might change their fortune favorably. What are we doing with our time? How can tomorrow be better if we have done nothing today to make it so? Do you and I not owe our Master what we have been given, and with interest? What will God say to us upon our return from this earthly journey? Will we be called good and faithful servants, or will we be cast into the outer darkness? Here in Babylon, we have been entrusted with much. It is the city of opportunity and wealth. It is not the king who keeps us in poverty. It is not our neighbor who steals our opportunities. And it is not our employer who keeps us in our misery, or our family heritage that is responsible for our slothful ways. Each of us has received according to our abilities. Each of us can decide what we do with those abilities. Did we increase in our abilities today, or did we take the day as it came and squander another precious gift? Rimson looked down at his tablets. He patted them slowly for a moment, and then lowered his voice. I have here 5 principles which I received from Belshazzar and my good friend Gibble during our time together. These principles I treasure with my life. I recorded most of them before I had a shekel to my name, and they, not gold, have made my path straight. They are the map with which I can journey this life, and never lose my way again. It would be my good pleasure to bestow them upon you this evening, so that you, my wandering friend, can discover all of the purposes that are within you. Rimson stretched his hands out in front of him, palms facing each other at an elbow's length apart. You have a finite amount of time in your life. You have a finite amount of time in your day. Time is not something you can control, but what you become in the amount of time allotted to you is in your control, and those possibilities are infinite. With this, he thrust his hands wide and then dropped them to his side. He smiled and leaned onto the podium. May I entrust them to you this evening? The auditorium filled with shouts of approval and enthusiastically nodded their heads. Very well, he said. Let us begin. One principle at a time, in the order he had inscribed them, he revealed the 5 principles from his tablets. He shared stories and anecdotes, some of which he had planned on sharing, and some that came to him at the moment. Not one man stood to leave before he had finished. Not one pair of eyes turned to look away at some distraction. Magnificent! Zorson slapped Rimson's back when he had finished, and walked from the podium to an applauding audience that had stood to their feet. He guessed that he shook hands with 1,000 men, and smiled so much his face hurt by the time the auditorium had emptied. One after the other, they came up to him and thanked him for his speech. Some thanked him for the reminders, others thanked him for teaching them something new, and many promised from that day forth they would live differently. Rimson hoped they were sincere, for their sake. You must remember, Belshazzar had said once, some will, and some won't. Some do, and some don't. Help all who seek help, but remember that many will talk about change. Few will change. Do not waste time trying to sort them all out.
Just find the next desperate soul hungry for change. They alone must sort themselves out, like a farmer tossing chaff in the wind to separate it from the wheat. Only those who persist will remain.
After last farewells and more compliments from Zursin, Rimson and Gibble returned to the now nearly empty estate. They dipped salted bread into oil and toasted with goblets of sweet wine. Palm leaves rustled in the desert breeze, and the torch flames fluttered with every gust. They were both aware that it was the last evening they would spend at the estate. Gibble broke the silence. "What is next for you, old friend? All of the property we own is in good hands. The managers are keeping a careful eye on the tenants and hiring builders whenever something requires fixing. There is no need for us to bother them, besides paying a visit now and then to check on things. What are you going to do with all this time we suddenly have?" Rimson smiled and leaned back in his chair. He had been too busy preparing for his speech and helping the house steward get the estate in order in the past few weeks to think about what he would do as soon as the estate was sold. He hated the thought of leaving Belshazzar's home. This was where his old life had died, and his new life was born. All his life he had wanted to be successful. He had always dreamed of wealth, prominence, everything that was the opposite of who he once was. Now, good fortune was smiling upon him, and seeing the faces of determined men earlier that evening, eager to change their life, looking him in the eyes, and walking away with straighter backs and hope in the future, had made him realize that this is what he had been missing. Sure, he wanted to be wealthy, so that he could live life on his terms, not as a servant to a master who only saw him as another common man and paid a measly wage. He had never quit dreaming of a fat purse. He thought of how he used to hate seeing men buy their wives fine robes and meals, reminding him of what he could not afford. But what had hurt the most was being looked upon as an insignificant and common man. Seeing influential men admired and worshipped by everyone, even when they were evil men behind closed doors, and being dismissed when he had something to say. Now he had been invited to speak on the principles of success. Now he had something to say, and people listened eagerly. Now they wouldn't dismiss him. Now they couldn't ignore him. Now he was no longer an example for people of how not to live a life. He was no longer the unprofitable fool in all of the rumors. Now he was the servant with many talents. "Gibble, do you remember when you and I were sitting on the pile of hay, dreaming of a day where our purses would have some weight to them, and our lives meant something more than the endless work we were slaves to?" Gibble laughed. "Those were the good days, my friend. Look at how far we have come. Look at how far you have come." "Well, I intend never to forget those days, never to forget what foolish things I have done to get myself here. You know, I can save people a lot of aimless wandering by teaching them what I know now, and that is what I intend to do. You asked me what I will do with my time. Well, what I did today, as frightening as it was for me to stand on that stage, I know I must do more of that." Gibble raised his cup. "And you did it well, my friend. You have even taught me tonight. It is good to know the principles of good money-keeping and finances, but tonight I understand there is more to living a good life than having a fat purse. Your words made me think in a way I had not thought of before. We are fortunate that we no longer have to answer to an earthly master, thanks to Belshazzar. But one day, when we too grow old and pass into the unknown, and our servants and children are dividing all we own. We will answer to the one who made us, and I have not made good investments for that master thus far. Things are going to change for me as well, Rimson." Rimson nodded and leaned back in his chair. Whether the old man intended it in that way or not, he had set Rimson on a mission that was far more important than helping men live better. He had set Rimson on a mission to mine gold. The lost gold of a master who will require an account of all that has been done under the sun with the time men had been given. Gold could be buried and uncovered, but buried time could never be recovered. One could never restore lost time. There was much to do. His work had only begun. A servant approached the table where the two sat and addressed Rimson. "Sir, there is a man for you at the door." Chapter 11. The Gold Miner's Journey Begins. Rimson opened the door and looked at the slender man in a short, stained toga and torn sandals standing on the front steps of Belshazzar's home. "Abu!" he exclaimed. "Come inside." Abu Wakar stretched his hand out, and Rimson shook it, a big smile spreading across his face. Abu held out Rimson's letter that had been delivered to him by chariot. On the back of it, he had scratched Rimson's 5 principles. "Thank you for your words today," Abu said, his eyes darting around the luxurious front atrium. "I am sorry to hear of the old man's passing." Rimson thanked him for the sentiment, and Abu explained why he had shown up at the estate. "I received your invitation and decided to attend the assembly, but I could not find the courage to speak to you after the speech because Zorsin was there, and I thought he might seize me and throw me into prison for the money I owed to Belshazzar," Abu said, shifting his feet uncomfortably. "I know what is written in the code. I know the old man's death nullified any agreements we had made, but I did not trust Zorsin would follow the code. And because I am an outcast, nobody would stop him if he decided to have me imprisoned. He is a powerful man." Abu explained that as he made his way past the city gates after the assembly, something stopped him and his camel in the road and turned him towards the estate. "I have never felt such a thing, such a mysterious force, as if—" He grew silent and stared at the wall for a moment before continuing. "As if an invisible hand tugged at the camel's rope and then guided us here." The hair rose on Rimson's arms, and he folded them so Abu and the servant would not notice. He invited Abu to the courtyard, where he introduced him to Gibble. He had told Gibble about Belshazzar's requests and his trip to the canyons to meet Abu Wakar. But Gibble had not known about the invitation to the assembly. After the thin man repeated the mysterious story to Gibble, the three sat in silence, each occupied with their own private thoughts. Gibble set his wine on the table and clasped his palms together, looking at the tile beneath his feet. "There seems to be a common theme here," he finally said, breaking the silence. "And there is no denying the coincidences. Rimson, when Belshazzar sent the letter to you to invite you back and give you a second chance after I pleaded with him, the house steward had told me how bizarre it was to witness such a sympathetic gesture from the old man. He had never seen such a thing from the old man in all his years serving Belshazzar. When Belshazzar sent you to meet Abu, perhaps there was another reason. He must have had him on his mind to send you away so suddenly. And see, it led you to invite Abu to the assembly today. I do not much believe in chance meetings. In this life, I have noticed that every person we meet crosses our paths for a reason. From the rumors about Belshazzar, It was also out of character for him even to mention the name of a man whom he despised. Gibble leaned forward in his seat. Remsen was trying hard to understand what his friend was suggesting, and waited for him to continue. He took you in, and spoke of you to others as his son. I can testify to that. He found much interest in your growth, and was pleased with who you were becoming, so different from the unprofitable servant who buried his gold. Abu suddenly interjected. That was not a parable you told today? That happened to you? He asked in his high-pitched voice. Remsen nodded and smiled. Yes, I thought it might be a better story if I told it as a parable. I did not want people to look at me and think of the story and what I had done. I wanted people to hear the parable and examine their own life, find themselves in the story, and look inward. Perhaps it may lead them to discover the gold they have buried, instead of thinking how foolish I had been and what they would have done with all that gold. He sipped his wine and gazed at the estate wall, following it as it ran along the courtyard and disappeared into Belshazzar's beloved garden. Perhaps someday it will be a useful parable to a generation in desperate need of awakening. I do not know what impact it may have, but what if one day a man much greater than I can make use of this parable in his task of gold mining? Abu shook his head from side to side. You are a better man than I, Remsen, he said. I was much too prideful. I took the gold, and I spent it like a fool, and when it was all gone, I blamed everyone but myself. He continued to shake his head. Forgive my interruption, he said, looking at Gibble. Please, continue. Gibble waved his hand, unbothered by the interruption. Abu, what has been done has been done. You are only a fool if you do not take those principles and make them your own. And if you go back to the canyons and live as you have before, then you will surely be a fool. Do not take lightly the hand that turned your camel today. He turned his eyes to meet Remsen's and said, These events coincide and cannot be ignored. Not only did we witness the change of a once harsh and greedy master, but we now see his final request for Remsen to be a gold miner, to help men rediscover their buried gifts and talents come to life before our eyes. Abu cannot explain why he decided to come to the assembly, and then to be mysteriously turned around and arrive here at Belshazzar's steps. No, this was not by chance. As Remsen listened to Gibble, he was struck with an idea. He could speak at the auditorium whenever Zursen invited him again, but what about people in Nineveh? What about people in Jerusalem? What about people back home in Libya and beyond? There were men all over the world that could change their lives if they just learned what he had learned. Suddenly, a new dream was born within him. The dream Belshazzar, his master, planted inside of him. The dream to find men who were like he once was, men all over the world who were leading miserable, mediocre lives, and take them into their own desert to dig up what they once buried. That is what it meant to be a gold miner, to give people a second chance at life. He felt the sting of tears in his eyes, and was grateful the moon had ducked behind the clouds, and his back was to the flames of the torches. His friends could not see the tears dripping down his cheeks. The same feeling he felt earlier that day standing behind the podium suddenly jolted his body. It was a feeling of purpose so electrifying that it vibrated through his spine, from his head to the tip of his stomach, and tingled through his arms and fingers. He felt as if he were floating on air.
It was the feeling one got when one knew exactly who he was created to be, where he was going, and his place in the world. When Abu appeared at the estate gate early in the morning, Rimson nearly choked on the water he had just sipped from a flask. He hurried over to the camel tied to Abu's rope and grabbed it by the sides of its long face. Yes, it was her. It was Stubborn, the old camel he left in the desert. She came strutting through the canyon one day, Abu explained, and then she chose my cave and lied right outside there no matter how many times I kicked and whipped her, and she would not leave. Now I do not believe she chose me by accident. Abu laughed. That is Stubborn, all right, Rimson sighed. I can hardly believe it. As if I needed any more confirmation. This old beast shows up. Are you ready? Abu asked, tightening the sacks of provisions to Stubborn's back. Rimson did not answer him. He looked down from the hilltop towards the center of the city. The sky had just begun to brighten, and the birds were already on the hunt for food, chirping as they went. He looked at the king's palace and the government buildings shaping the horizon, and the thousands of palm trees and clay homes below. The slaves were already busy at work, marching up and down the steps of the magnificent structure. Then he turned back to look at Belshazzar's home. Torches burned along the front of the beautiful estate, and flowers bloomed in the garden. But the place felt lonely without Belshazzar and the many servants he employed. He grabbed the gate with his hands and pressed his face between two iron bars. Sometimes even the most incredible things in the world come to an end, leaving only a memory in one's mind. But he knew that a man would not change if something in his life did not change without his control. If a man could control every circumstance in his life, he likely would never become a better, stronger, wiser man. This thought gave him peace. Life certainly had a way of nudging a person out of his place of comfort. He would make new memories. He would have more great conversations, the kind that made him think, dream, and think some more. He would learn new things and discover more principles, and he would help others do the same. He looked at Abu, who patiently stood next to the camel, giving Rimson the time he needed to say goodbye. Abu, the possibilities in this city are endless. Are you at peace with your decision to journey with me, to go wherever the old camel takes us? You could still stay here and work for Gibble. There are many opportunities for you. I will not stay here in Babylon, Abu replied. I will not leave your side. You sent for me when you could have simply let me rot in those canyons. I will never forget that. And besides, I do not doubt I will learn how to fill my purse in my journey with you. But at the moment, what I need to do is simply learn how to live. And I do not know of a better person to mentor me than you. Rimson nodded and pushed himself away from the locked iron gates of Belshazzar's home. Very well, he smiled. Then it is time for us to go. Rimson knew where he needed to go. There was a little village somewhere in the deserts of Libya, with lots of sand, sheep herders, and more sand. It was the place he once believed had nothing for him, but now he knew there was gold buried in that desert, and it needed to be returned to its master. The end. A note from the author. Dear friend, the idea for this book came to me while I was busy working on a different book. I had to stop and write this one instead. The parable of the talents is a story I use in all my speeches and lectures. Before I deliver a speech, I often read over the parable, because it has always convicted me in the most mysterious way. It reminds me of why I do what I do, and helps me prepare to speak into people's lives with enthusiasm and urgency. The parable of the talents is the story of our lives. In it, we can find ourselves to be each of the servants. But often we identify with the servant who received 1 talent most, because life and people have a way of making us believe that we somehow have less than everybody else. I always saw myself as the servant who received 1 talent. I believed I was less qualified, had fewer skills, less talent and ability, and less to offer the world. I certainly thought of myself as less than all of those athletes, movie stars, politicians, singers, inventors, authors, speakers, etc. All those people we tend to idolize and admire. But as I read the story, over and over again, I began to see myself as the servant who received 2 talents as well, and in some cases, as the servant who received 5 talents. Sure, I'm not a star quarterback in the NFL. Sure, I may never act in a movie or run for public office. But when I take a good inventory of my life, I remember my family, my friends, my health, all the blessings I have received, all the opportunities I have to make something extraordinary of my life. Suddenly, I realized that in many aspects I am the servant who received the 5 talents. God entrusted me with incredible, loving parents and 12 siblings that I am close with and love with all of my heart. Family is everything to me and has been a strong foundation in my life. Some people are born into orphanages or to horrible, abusive parents. In this case, I was entrusted with so much more than so many other people. To me, this means there is much more expected of me. I must return on this investment entrusted to me. I cannot simply enjoy a comfortable and safe life in the company of such a strong and supportive family. I understand that I must use this gift to reach and influence other people and impact those who never received such an incredible gift. I have no excuse to play small. I can't eliminate myself from greatness. So you, too, my friend, can not only identify as the servant with 1 talent. In some cases, you may not have as much as others, but you can always work to acquire more if you only increase your abilities. In other cases, you have way more than others. That is why you must turn around and help them discover more. One day we will answer for everything we have been given and how we have spent our time on this earth. Will you hear those words, "Well done, my good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy of your master"? I wanted to give life to this parable in the form of this book. Of course, as you have read, this has quite a different ending than the original parable. I wanted to turn this into a story of redemption, because I always believed that the parable of the talents should have been a story of redemption. It should have been a story of a man who was less qualified, less skilled, had fewer abilities, and still managed to succeed despite these obstacles. But sadly, as you read on, you will see that in the original parable that isn't the case. Just like we see in this world, the average person does not live to their potential, no matter how many opportunities come before them. The average person does not fight the obstacles and setbacks in their life. The average person is motivated by fear and by comfort. They pull back and play it safe. They bury their talents and take the path of least resistance, as if somehow this life is just a practice run, and they will go all in on the next try. My friend, there is no next try. This one life is all we have. Michael. For the kingdom of heaven is like a man traveling to a far country, who called his own servants and delivered his goods to them. And to one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, and to another 1, to each according to his own ability. And immediately he went on a journey. Then he who had received the 5 talents went and traded with them, and made another 5 talents. And likewise he who had received 2 gained 2 more also. But he who had received 1
went and dug in the ground, and hid his lord's money. After a long time the lord of those servants came and settled accounts with them. So he who had received 5 talents came and brought 5 other talents, saying, Lord, you delivered to me 5 talents. Look, I have gained 5 more talents besides them. His lord said to him, Well done, good and faithful servant. You were faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Enter into the joy of your Lord. He also, who had received 2 talents, came and said, Lord, you delivered to me 2 talents. Look, I have gained 2 more talents besides them. His Lord said to him, Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Enter into the joy of your Lord. Then he who had received the 1 talent came and said, Lord, I knew you to be a hard man, reaping where you have not sown, and gathering where you have not scattered seed. And I was afraid, and went and hid your talent in the ground. Look, there you have what is yours. But his Lord answered and said to him, You wicked and lazy servant, you knew that I reap where I have not sown, and gather where I have not scattered seed. So you ought to have deposited my money with the bankers, and at my coming I would have received back my own with interest. So take the talent from him, and give it to him who has 10 talents. For to everyone who has, more will be given, and he will have abundance. But from him who does not have, even what he has will be taken away. And cast the unprofitable servant into the outer darkness. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew chapter 25, verses 14 through 30. NKJV. About the author. Michael was born in Soviet Russia and came to the United States at 2 years old with his parents and siblings as a political refugee. He is the grandson of a siege of Leningrad and Dachau camp survivor. He is an author and motivational speaker on a mission to help people discover a better way to live. Acknowledgements. Editor, Madeleine Eno. As always, thank you for your work on this book. Meet Madeleine here, www.madeleine-eno.com. Illustrator, Jesse Hostetler. Thank you for your incredible illustrations. If you would like to have Michael speak at your corporate event, school, retreat, church, or any other event, please visit Michael's website below. Special discounts are available on quantity purchases by corporations, associations, and others. For details, contact the publisher at the web address below, www.speaklife365.com. Other books by Michael V. Ivanov. The Mount of Olives, 11 Declarations to an Extraordinary Life. And The Traveler's Secret, Ancient Proverbs for Better Living. This has been The Servant with 1 Talent. 5 Success Principles from the Greatest Parable Ever Told. Written by Michael V. Ivanov. Narrated by Ross Pipkin. Copyright 2021 by Michael V. Ivanov. Production copyright by Michael V. Ivanov.